to land ownership has been linked to, and security of tenure has been linked to such multiplier effects as increased household bargaining power, higher protection from domestic violence, better child nutrition, and lower exposure to pandemic diseases. Yet, the data from several gender-focused household studies show that women own less than 20% of the world's land. A survey of 34 developing nations by the UN Food and Agriculture Organization puts that to as low as 10% of the world's land. In terms of security of tenure or rights to land, several studies have shown that women have rights to less than 2% of titled property in the developing world. In Africa, over 300 million women. Can we go back to the previous slide on land and property rights, please, so that the audience can follow me properly? The slide before this one. Yes, thank you very much. Thank you. In Africa, over 300 million women live in countries where cultural norms, patriarchal attitudes, and poor political commitment prevent equal property rights. Recent figures show that in 34 countries, daughters do not have equal inheritance rights as sons. And in 35 countries, widows have to go to court to fight to lay claim to their late husband's properties. This is really sad, and I'm sure there's several sad stories to tell regarding this particular issue. Available country-specific data also offers striking insights. In Uganda, for example, the proportion of men owning land is 21% higher than the proportion of women. Secure land rights for women in Uganda depends on the relationship with their husband's family and clan. In Nigeria, women have lower levels of land ownership than men in Nigeria. A recent World Bank study, Closing Gaps, Increasing Opportunities, a diagnostic on women's economic empowerment in Nigeria, published in 2019, avers that only 5% of women in Nigeria own land, as compared to 23% of men. Less than 2% of women own at least one plot of land solely, relative to 17% of men. So women's the constraints they face in owning land and controlling land hinder their economic progress in Nigeria, especially given the fact that land ownership in other circumstances can provide women with the security and stability they need to stabilize production and unlock financial resources. Okay, so let me look at another component of women's condition in the real estate ecosystem, and that is access to finance, especially mortgage finance. So can we move on? Yes, thank you. No, back to, yes, thank you. Despite the progress spurred on by regulatory and legislative reforms and innovative financial practices by financial institutions, access to mortgage finance continues to lag behind the norm for men. This is very important. I mean, this is a very important, hello? Can we go back to the presentation, please?
I think they might have a glitch or something. Something has happened. I hope not a power outage.
Oh my God, that could be a possibility. But they're at a good hotel. I mean, the venue should have alternative
Yeah,
power supply, shouldn't they? Yeah. So maybe.
they should, but they might not have like a backup. I'm sure that's what happened. Okay.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. So maybe I'll start again. Despite progress spurred on by regulatory and legislative reforms and the innovative financial products being introduced by financial institutions, women's access to mortgage finance continues to lag behind the norm for men. Studies have shown that factors such as lack of collateral and other asset classes, land title, property rights, in addition to lower levels of education, limited financial literacy, lower income levels combined with mobility constraints and limited access to information, all these combine, to restrain women from accessing housing finance and in turn from accessing quality housing. In Nigeria, I know for a fact, having been an operator in that market, the mortgage market is still very much in its infancy. As a former operator in the market, having coordinated the setup and operationalization of the NMRC, the Nigeria Mortgage Refinance Company, I know firsthand how difficult it is to access mortgage. I mean, mortgage to GDP ratio in Nigeria, I think it's just went over 1 percentage point recently over the past few years, up from 0.6% as at 2012, if I remember correctly. So it's still very, very poor, very, very poor. So mortgage finance or housing finance is very difficult to access for generally. So we can imagine how much more difficult it is to access for women. And with interest rates now at 18% per the recent CBN monetary policy declaration, one can imagine what the interest rates for accessing the mortgages are now. I'm sure they'll be edging closer to 25, even to 30%. So the disincentive is there. In addition to these other factors that I enumerated. But we need to recognize that the market for financial services to help women purchase and renovate their homes is large and growing in developing countries. And Nigeria really needs to tap into that opportunity. It represents, enabling women's access to housing finance represents a significant business opportunity for financial institutions and policymakers who are willing to, address the patriarchal biases and pursue gender equity. Next slide, please. Next slide. Yeah. Yes, thank you. Gender parity is smart economics. Gender parity is smart economics. It leads to enhanced productivity, improved development outcomes, and better performance by businesses and institutions. The slide's pretty clear. Poverty rates reduce, living standards rise with female-headed household. Women embark on entrepreneurial initiatives through ownership of their homes, using their houses as business premises or working remotely. Home ownership impacts a woman's sense of identity and self-esteem. Women are therefore very important, and every effort should be made to enable women's access to financing, to land, to property rights, and should be understood as such by policy makers, project implementers, and service providers. Okay. So next slide, please. So let me come to the part two, the second part of the presentation, which is technology as a game changer in the ecosystem. we live in an age of the Internet of Things. I'm sure you've all heard of that, of terms like buzzwords like, algorithms, NFTs, AI, virtual reality, augmented reality, blockchain, 5G, and so on. These are the buzzwords, the metaverse, the buzzwords that sort of dominate our communications ecosystem right now. It is the age, we call it the fourth industrial revolution. That was the first term that was first coined, I believe, as far back as 2014. But it's really gone beyond the industrial revolution. I mean, artificial intelligence is practically taking over the whole world. I'm sure many of you have heard of, chatbot, that even is an AI mechanism where that actually can run your life for you, from writing essays to writing notes and so on. So, and just doing things for you. Technology, this is the age of the Internet of Things, essentially. Technology strategies continue to be a catalyst for change across every industry and company. And the real estate sector, though it was late in embracing the Internet of Things, is fast catching up and is becoming the focus of technological innovations. Real estate technology, when we talk about technology in the real estate field or space, it is a broad umbrella term that encapsulates many different types of emerging technology, from prop tech to 3D printing of homes, to leveraging blockchain, to digitize land registries, to smart home. I'm sure you've all heard of smart. A lot of our developers, I'm sure many of them are on this, as part of this, on this conference, talk about smart home, and then smart cities, all enabled by the Internet of Things. The common denominator amongst all of this is that they all work to make sourcing deals, processing transactions, managing properties, and delivering customer services exponentially easier, transparent, and much more effective. COVID-19, had some positives to it. I believe that COVID-19 crisis accelerated the need for significant changes in the real estate industry. Almost practically overnight, physical distancing and the need for contactless interactions magnified the importance of the digital within the real estate space. For context, let us take a look at some of the more popular forms of real estate technology and how they positively impact women, or how they can positively impact women, bridge the gaps in access to land, credit, and home ownership in general. I'll start with PropTech. PropTech, or property technology, incorporates the already referenced NFTs, artificial intelligence, and so on. PropTech solutions enable companies, real estate companies, to manage their properties more easily, operate buildings more efficiently, and better oversee construction and renovation projects. PropTech is also known as CRE Tech in commercial real estate parlance, or real estate tech for real estate technology. Next slide, please. Yeah. This slide actually shows how PropTech can help with real estate challenges across board, from planning permission process to building management to transactions, customer experience, data management, security and privacy, marketing insights, performance and tracking, lease management and compliance, as well as lease renewals. These are all the functions that PropTech can really help with in real estate. And this is from a study on real estate technology and property trends undertaken just this year. Blockchain technology is disruptive technology, disrupting the real estate sector and creating innovative new business models. Next slide, please. This slide basically shows how blockchain works. I don't want to go into too much detail, but just to know that a blockchain collects related information and groups them together, also known as block, that hold data sets. Each block has a specific storage limit. Once a block is full, it gets chained onto the previously filled block, as in the diagram across. And this creates a chain of blocks with data, hence the name blockchain. So next slide, please. So how does this technology, this disruptive technology, bridge the gap, wealth gap, the gender disparity gap? Blockchain and digital cryptocurrencies are helping women in developing countries transform their lives. You may recall our earlier stat where I stated that 70% of the world's population lack access to land titles, and then with women suffering more than men from insecure land rights, owning less than 20% of the world's land. So digitization of land records by blockchain benefits marginalized land-owning groups such as women. This can happen in two ways: by improving access to records, or by reducing the chances of a male relative colluding with revenue officials to introduce unwarranted changes into existing land records. I know that in Nigeria, digitization of land registries is still an ongoing, process. I recall during my days at NMRC, when promoting, advocating, a model mortgage and foreclosure law to states, which basically, promotes the idea of a one-stop shop for all housing finance transactions to reduce costs, the protracted processes involved, and also to institute, a non-judicial process for arbitration of disputes. One of the things we promoted to state governments, especially the Kaduna state government, which eventually adopted it, was digitization of land registries. And I know that Kaduna state government, as I know, adopted it. And I believe Lagos state government is another state government that is really taking digitization of land registries, to task. I don't know of other states, but since I've been away, but this is really, really important. It not only simplifies the entire, access to housing and better unlock the multiplier effects of that, but it also helps to enhance transparency and effectiveness in land and land ownership in Nigeria. And of course, all this will benefit women. So by storing contracts in a blockchain ledger, women protect their property ownership, given the technology's ability to reject falsification of documents. So especially in situations where women lack an official identity, whether because they lack a birth certificate or male relatives keep their IDs, or inhibit women from opening bank accounts or owning land or taking advantage of job opportunities. So blockchain's capacity to file records in a safe and cost-efficient way provides women with digital IDs. Next slide, please. So how blockchain technology bridges the gaps continued. Okay, with 42% of women not being able to access financial services globally, blockchain emancipates women's ability to conduct financial transactions. Blockchain and cryptocurrencies function without a third-party intermediary like a bank, thus removing the middleman in completing financial affairs because it's built upon peer-to-peer transactions. Blockchain technology removes barriers to women making personal and business financial transactions. The more women are utilizing blockchain and cryptocurrencies for personal and business transactions, the more interest in digital technology per se. The interest facilitates women to not only transact in the blockchains, but to venture into new businesses. As stated earlier, technology has made it feasible for women to work from home under flexible working conditions, thus reducing childcare costs and so on. With more women involved in jobs based on blockchain technology, this has not only benefited women, but created new markets, boosting innovation and economic growth. Next slide, please. So here I have a few example stories from the field. This was based on, I drew from research done by several groups, really showing how blockchain has worked to enhance the, the situation of women in Kenya and in Rwanda. In Kenya, there's this project Kotani Pay, which allows users turn to off-ramp crypto using a text-based platform on a basic mobile that does not require mobile phone that does not require internet connectivity. A bank account is also not mandatory since the platform functions as a decentralized borderless application. This makes the financial services offered via blockchain accessible to the hugely unbanked population without smartphones or internet access, similar to what you have in most of Nigeria. Kotani Pay's pilot programs have been successful in helping over 15,000 beneficiaries. Interestingly, one of its pilot programs served the 97% female population, enabling them to receive a universal basic income of $1 a day. Some of these women went on to spend these funds to set up small vegetable gardens or run small businesses to supplement their household incomes. Another similar initiative is Project LEAF in Rwanda. This project, supported by UNICEF, supports borderless international transactions on a regular phone. Many of its users are refugee women and their families from the Democratic Republic of the Congo, who are now able to receive funds from families residing in other countries. Tokenization on blockchain helps turn things like a house, an antique, or even a farm into digital assets. You need these assets to be able to access finance. This has opened new avenues for monetization in Kenyan villages. ATMs, banks, and credit cards are financial enablers that are a seamless part of an individual's everyday life. But for many in Kenya's villages, this is far from reality. This is where grassroots economics is bringing a fresh change using blockchain and cryptocurrencies. So grassroots economics is a blockchain initiative supported by UNICEF's Innovation Fund, which generates opportunities for access to credit in low-income areas by creating tokens, NFTs, called community inclusion currencies. Villagers in high crisis usually do not have access to cash, access to liquidity or credit. However, what they do have are their crops, their cattle, their goods, or labor services. These are the resources that can then be monetized via tokenization. So the CICs are tokens backed by real goods and services in a specific community, village, or town, such as the work of carpenters, cooks, midwives, etc. Women use the CIC tokens to secure lines of credit backed by their own resources. So these are a few examples. I'm sure there are several others, and I'd be interested to hear from other, panelists and participants what these examples are. It's particularly from Nigeria. Unfortunately, data remains a major issue for us in Nigeria. So there was very little that could refer to in terms of showing how blockchain technology really enhances financial inclusion, women's access to credit. Next slide, please. So other innovative technologies in RE, we looked at PropTech, we looked at blockchain. So let us look at other innovative building technologies. Won't spend much time here. These include 3D printing to biomanufactured materials, new building from 3D printing to biomanufactured materials. These new building technologies help redress supply side issues in the housing deficit and affordability conundrum. 3D printing and modular housing construction by companies reduce the cost and time of construction by working within a controlled environment. I don't know if we have any examples of 3D printing in Nigeria as of yet, but it's gradually taken, foot in quite a number of other African countries. The IFC's EDGE certification process empowers emerging markets to scale up resource-efficient buildings in a fast, easy, and affordable manner. The EDGE enables developers and builders to quickly identify the most cost-effective strategies to reduce energy use, water use, and embodied energy in materials. The strategies that are integrated into project design are verified by an EDGE auditor certified by GBCI. GBCI administers EDGE certification in most countries of the world. Now, 3D scans are useful in mapping informal settlements. That's another innovative technology format. Machine learning software is being used to support countries' efforts and on-the-ground inspections to efficiently and cheaply identify buildings at risk of collapse. And then there's artificial intelligence, also a part of PropTech, also used in PropTech. Machine learning algorithms can be used to analyze financial data and assess the creditworthiness of households, which can help identify those who are most in need of financial assistance. Artificial intelligence in housing can provide targeted and efficient approach to housing development, management, and finance, which can help in turn to improve living conditions, increase energy efficiency, and reduce costs associated with repairs and replacements, as well as making housing more resilient to climate change. I would just like to refer us all to a very good blog. I think I read it on LinkedIn by Simon Wally of the World Bank, and I think by Olivia Nielsen, on the role of artificial intelligence in housing finance in particular. Next slide, please. So this is the last slide, and basically it's a call to action. My call to action is for us all to consider the setup of an RE Tech Fund, especially to the WWR Advisory Council, to consider it, think through it, set up of a fund to support women entrepreneurs, especially young women entrepreneurs, interested in tech startups in the RE space, to really help mitigate the disparities that I've spoken about and that we'll be talking about throughout this conference. I thank you for listening, and I look forward to your comments and questions on this presentation. Thank you for the opportunity.
Wow. Can we please put our hands together for Dr. Chi? That was amazing. Can we please put our hands together? We're still going to celebrate her because, at her time, it's just about past 5 a.m., and she's up to do this with us. And it was a robust presentation. Can you please celebrate her again? And she needs to also hurry up for a board meeting, and that's why, she had to run through her presentation. Thank you so very much, Ma. We appreciate you for taking your time to run us through this and educate and enlighten us. We appreciate you. One more applause for her, please. Thank you. Okay, so right on the screen, we have the QR code for the conference brochure. Do you want to scan so you can know what's happening and you know what's happening next and all of that? Okay, we should. No, you would see it. Okay. Is it possible to move it up a bit? Because I think if you try, you should be able to. Can you see it? You should be able to, because I tried from behind and then it worked. it possible to move it up a bit because of the chairs? Okay, so while they do that, oh, thank you so much. Is that fine? Okay, so have you been able to scan? Okay, so we also want you to note our official hashtag, so you can take a picture with the person sitting beside you, or even take a picture of yourself. You all look amazing. So take pictures, post on Instagram, use the official hashtags. So we have 3 of them. The first is hashtag WWR Conferences 2023, hashtag WWR Conferences 2023. We have hashtag WWR 2023. And finally, hashtag Women, Wealth, and Real Estate. I'm going to go over it again. If you can project, I don't mind, sir. Okay, so WWR Conferences 2023, WWR 2023, and Women, Wealth, and Real Estate. So please take pictures, use that hashtag, and you can tag us as well. So the Instagram pages are WWR Conferences. You could please add us to your picture so we could repost as well. And LearnHub Africa _ LearnHub Africa _ and WWR Conferences. Okay, so without wasting our time, would like to invite the co-founder, LearnHub Institute, in the person of Mrs. Tosin Joseph, for the welcome. Can you please celebrate her?
Thank you very much, Anne. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Wow, the room is full with a lot of very important women that I know and that are very dear to me. Thank you all so much for being here. So I usually would not read a speech, but I'm tired, I'm stressed, and I'm able to think. So please indulge me. I'm going to read my speech. But before I do that, I just wanted to say something very quickly about Dr. Chi Akpoji. I met her many years ago when I was designated as Company Secretary to NMRC from a firm that I was working with at the time. And one of the things that comes very, very top of mind for me about Dr. Chi was she was a director in NMRC at the time, the only female director, no, the only female executive director in the company at the time. And we were having our first annual general meeting. I was about 9 months pregnant. I was running around to plan this AGM. I was stressed. And I remember my boss at work would tell me, just finish this AGM and go on leave. And so we're just trying to, do this thing and go. And a day before the AGM, we were at a hotel, just in a small room, having a brainstorm. And she called me. And she said to me, Tosin, you don't look good. You need to slow down. What do you need to do? What can I do? How can I help? People don't forget acts of kindness. And I never, ever forgot. And she kept telling me, go and lie down. Go and sleep. We can pick up this tomorrow. I don't know if she's still on. I don't know whether she's still live on Zoom. This was, Dr. Chi, I don't even know if you remember, but I remember very clearly and vividly. And she told me, she said, I've been here before. What I'm seeing in your face, I don't like it. Go and rest. This is a community of women. And I'm just mentioning this because there are many times that we have the opportunity to look out for the other women. And we must never let any of those opportunities pass. She warned me that day that I was looking stressed, and she kept saying, what can I do? Just go and sit down, go and lie down, go and do this. But some of us are not wired like that. You can't lie down until the job is done. So Dr. Chi, I just want to say thank you for that act of kindness many years ago. Thank you very much. This little girl never forgot. Thank you very much. I don't know if you remember, Dr. Chi, but it's a true life story. This happened, right? Yeah. Thank you very much. So please indulge me to read. The executive chairman of Shelter Afrique, Dr. Chi Akpoji, The chairman of the Purple Group, Debola Shaidu, the CEO of Alethea Capital, our own chairman, Mrs. Jumoke Akinwumi, the chairman of Purple Group and CEO of Alethea Capital, Mrs. Jumoke Akinwumi, the chief executive of Brains and Hammers Limited, Mr. Debola Shaidu, the CEO of NMRC, Mr. Kehinde Ogundimu, representatives of all sponsors, partner organizations, and our distinguished speakers and panelists, the organizing team, and our esteemed on-site and virtual participants. It is with great joy and a heart full of gratitude that I welcome you to the second edition of the WWR conferences organized by the LearnHub Institute. Today is indeed a dream come true for me and an opportunity to give back to an industry that has courted me and built me and given me opportunity to board as a professional. This is the real estate industry and has also accorded me one of the most esteemed regional accolades as the Africa Woman in Real Estate 2019. I viewed this as an honor and as a call to beam the light, and hence the reason for founding the WWR conferences. And this vision has been birthed, and this, to the glory of God, is the second edition of the WWR conferences. WWR is not a conference. We are a budding community of wealthy, empowered, and enabled women. We are on a journey to breaking down the barriers to women participation in real estate investing, specifically, and wealth creation generally, whilst pursuing our bigger why. In 2022, the conference was phenomenal, and I have no doubt that 2023 will be even better, with input, guidance, and direction from our advisory council. We deem it absolutely necessary to submit ourselves, the WWR team, to the rigors of governance, accountability, and direction from the women and one man who are already a frame of possibility for what every woman should be. We have an amazing lineup of speakers and panelists, as you will see from the agenda. The charge from our chairman was to keep the conversation as authentic as possible and to create a safe space for women to engage openly without fear or inhibition. Because we are a community driven by action and measurable progress, in the course of this conference, we will be introducing the team from our mortgage partner institution, Stanbic IBTC Bank, who will be available for you to provide on-the-spot financial counseling and mortgage pre-qualification for interested participants. We urge you to take advantage of this opportunity, as we expect no less than 20 new homeowners to emerge from the seed sown, connections made, and relationships built in the course of today's event. Again, I welcome you to this conference and wish everyone a fruitful deliberation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Tosin Ajose. Can we please celebrate her one more time? Okay, thank you so very much. Now, I want you to celebrate yourselves. You all look gorgeous. You came all the way from your homes, left very early in the morning, and you're here seated pretty. Can you please celebrate yourselves? We're not going to wait for anyone to celebrate us, you know. Celebrate yourselves. Amazing. Thank you so much. Okay, so I want you to celebrate the woman next to you as well. Look at her. Tell her something sweet. Tell her something nice. You look amazing. I love your hair. Your smile is so gorgeous. Just say something beautiful. Okay, that's amazing. You know, sometimes when we come to conferences, we just feel, oh, we're here to learn. We're here to take in knowledge. And then we come with serious faces and we're like, yes, we'll come and learn. And then we come all the... You know, it's good to come with that attitude, with an open mind. But then loosen up. Can you look at her and say something nice? Can you please give your best smile to someone pretty sitting beside you? Yeah, that's good. I like the atmosphere now. It was like we're coming to go and take all the real estate investments in Nigeria. Yes, we're here. That's why we're here, right? I love the vibe, but let's also, you know, warm up to each other, warm up to one another, and have a wonderful time. It's going to be a wonderful time today. The speakers are phenomenal. If you were here last year, can you please wave at me? Great, great. It was beautiful, absolutely phenomenal, and today's going to be amazing. Okay, so we're going to have a quick right now, a sponsored ad, and once we have that, we're going to have the first plenary session. If you haven't taken a picture yet, I will take a picture of you and you find yourself on Instagram. Is that what you want me to do?
From Apple to Gadamora to Life Count, we have a portfolio that speaks volumes. We don't do what's regular. We dare to be different and develop new living areas. We are Brains and Hammers. Our ability to deliver high-quality houses nestled in serene environments with the best infrastructural facilities has been established. Now we are building the Brains and Hammers City here in Life Camp Abuja. And the Bristol terraces are selling fast. With Bristol, you pay less for more. A high return on investment, modern build, estate amenities, and the perfect blend of affordability, serenity, and convenience. Brains and Hammers, building for Africa.
Our hands together for Brains and Hammers. They are our sponsors, and we're here together today, by their help and by their love for us women. Can we please celebrate them again? Okay, so we're going to be having the first plenary session, and we're going to be listening to an amazing speaker speak. She was here last year. Her name is Tilda Umwai. Okay, so Tilda Umwai, I think that's correct. So she's going to be speaking on markets, paradigms, and opportunities, the state of play for African women. Markets, paradigms, and opportunities, the state of play for African women. And I'm going to read her profile real quick. Tilda is the research and insights lead at Estate Intel. She's also responsible for analyzing macroeconomic and real estate data to generate high-level insights on the real estate markets across sub-Saharan Africa. Her knowledge and experience span all real estate sectors and includes key markets across East, West, South, and North Africa. Tilda holds a bachelor's degree in real estate from the University of Nairobi and is currently pursuing an MS in analytics and consultancy from Heriot-Watt University. Can you please make welcome with me Tilda? She's going to be speaking to us virtually as well. Can we please put our hands together for her? Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much to the moderator. I'll request you to share my slides just so that we're in sync. In case of a technical glitch. I must say, when the moderator was saying, look at the woman, at the woman next to you, tell them they look amazing and pretty, I definitely felt the FOMO of not being there physically. So I'll say it to everybody, you all look amazing and gorgeous today morning. So as the moderator mentioned, my name is Tilda Umwai. I'm the Insights Lead at Estate Intel, and it is an absolute honor and privilege to be part of this forum today, and especially for the second year in a row. And so over the next few minutes, my job here, it will be really simple. I'll be setting the context for our discussion today by looking at the real estate sector in general and investment trends that we are seeing, the state of play and opportunities for African women. And since our venue is Lagos, my presentation will be heavily focused on Nigeria as the core market. Next slide, please. Next slide. Okay. So I'll skip the agenda because we already talked about what I'll be doing here today. But first, allow me to tell you a bit about Estate Intel in case you're wondering who we are. Estate Intel, it's fine. You can leave it at the current slide. the one controlling the slides. Yeah, you can leave it at that. So Estate Intel is a Pan-African focused real estate research and data company. We primarily track over 5,000 real estate projects across major cities such as Lagos, Nairobi, Accra, Cairo, just to name a few. And as such, we are able to provide real estate stakeholders with key data to enable decision-making on investing in any real estate asset class, and also provide you with key insights such as what we're going to be looking at today. Next slide, please. Okay, previous one. And so to start us off, I think I would like us to understand the place of real estate in the context of the larger economy. I think I often say that we are not economists, but understanding the macroeconomic environment is very key to understanding real estate performance. Next slide, please. Okay. And so on your screens, what you can see is a big number of 2.6 times. And generally what this number is, this is the factor by which the Nigerian real estate sector currently amplifies GDP growth. And what do I mean by that? So if you move over to the next slide, basically what I mean is that real estate performance continues to mirror economic performance. The chart on your screens shows historic real estate services performance and GDP growth performance. And generally what you can see is that there's a pattern. And basically what we have seen is that in instances of positive GDP growth, in instances of positive GDP real estate growth, then in instances of positive GDP growth, then you find that real estate growth also tracks the same by about 2.9 times. And in instances of negative GDP, you find that real estate also tracks the same by about 2.6 times. And so Nigeria's outlook this year is, in terms of GDP growth rate, is expected to contract to about 3.1%, according to the IMF. And so I'm sure we can all guess the projected shape of the curve on my screen if this happens. And this is generally the general trend that we usually see when we talk about real estate and GDP growth. Next slide, please. And so what has been going on in real estate in terms of investments? Last year, I highlighted how oftentimes when we talk about real estate, especially in the context of individual investors, we often mean residential real estate. But real estate asset classes are actually far broader than that. And if you move over to the next slide, generally, what we have seen is in the instance of the African continent, there has been increased investment activity, generally when you talk about the commercial real estate sector. And at Estate Intel, we generally track deals that have been made across the continent. And what we have seen is that over the past 5 years, between 2016 and 2022, we estimate that about $4 billion worth of transactions were made in the real estate sector. And this is great because this is generally higher than what we had seen over the preceding 5 years. However, and this is the caveat, if you compare this to global performance, you realize that as a continent, we still have a long way to go. And to give you a sense, about $1.14 trillion were transacted in global real estate in 2022 alone. And this is according to our good friends at CBRE. So that generally gives you the picture of where we are at in terms of the African real estate sector and our place when you compare that to the global real estate market. Next slide, please. And so interestingly, what have we seen? In terms of the general transaction trend, the top sectors that we have seen in terms of, the general real estate trend, sector sectors that we have seen coming out at the top, we have retail, hospitality, office, data centers, and industrial. So retail is your typical shopping malls. Hospitality is your typical hotels. And this featured as the top sectors transacted in 2022 across Africa, despite being one of the most affected by the pandemic. Now, if you're familiar with the Nigerian real estate market, you might be wondering what is Tilda talking about, especially with retail, just generally because retail is not a sector that's performing very well in Nigeria at the moment, and especially in Lagos. But the other sectors, but still it's one of the sectors where we are seeing greater capital markets activity or greater sale activity going on. And in terms of the markets, again, it's very interesting to see Lagos coming out on top as one of the top cities that are seeing general real estate activity. Then we have Accra, Casablanca, Nairobi, and Maputo. And if you're wondering where financing is coming from in Africa, well, we have Southern Africa as a region definitely at the top. And this is really just South Africa and Mauritius. And then interestingly, we have West Africa coming in second. And this is largely Lagos essentially leading the pack. So this is how activity has been centered in the market. Next slide, please. And so if you look at the chart on your screens, it generally digs a bit deeper into the numbers in terms of investment destinations, what was happening in 2016 and what happened in 2022. Generally, you'll see a lot has shifted in terms of investment destination, in terms of the type of investors and also the type of sectors. So you can definitely see that shift. What I would like you to pay attention to is the second chart in terms of the type of investors. You can see that in 2016, there was a smaller pool of investor types. Generally, you had investment funds at the top, then you have real estate asset managers, income funds. They were the top types of investors. In 2022, you can see that has grown out a bit. And also what you're seeing is that there are a lot more players, and also private equity is now in the top 2 investor types. And so you might be wondering, that's all good to know, but what about individuals? And so if we move on to the next slide. Next slide, please. Yeah, so if you move on to the next slide, you find that residential real estate still remains the main avenue for individual investors. Now, most of this, because of the size of transactions, that never makes it to the commercial real estate deals type of tracking that we do. But we just released our 2023 Lagos real estate report. And one of the things we noted is that there's quite a healthy pipeline of residential real estate being built in Lagos. And this we estimated at over 25,000 units. And what you can see, if you move on to the next slide, is that private individuals are actually ranking in the top 5 developers when we look at active residential pipelines. So you have your typical companies, which is all good, but interestingly, we have private individuals coming in at about number 4 in terms of people who are actively putting up residential developments in Lagos. And so it's very interesting now, if we pick this out, to understand where are women essentially in this. So we have private individuals at number 4, but where are women? So if we move on to the next slide. So yes, understanding state of play. Let's move on to the next slide. I think Dr. Chi actually shared this, is that it's very difficult to understand breakdown of women's participation, but the key stat by FAO did show that women own about 20% of land globally, which is essentially a very small bracket. And if you move on to the next slide, if we zoom in on Nigeria, it is very important to understand the correlation, or one of the key indicators that we've brought out is understanding income and education levels, because these are generally great proxies to understand investment play and investment participation by women. And so generally what we can see is that education-wise and income-wise, women are still falling behind. You can see that men are generally the green shade and women are the gray shaded aspects. And you can see, especially with higher level types of income and also with higher types of education, the share of women that are attaining that are generally lower than the share of men. Interestingly, though, women are doing better in the 1% sort of fraction, because a study by McKinsey did indicate that 25% of wealthy Nigerians are female, which is relatively higher if we compare with other countries in the world. And so if we try and understand how that has reflected in terms of investments, we can move over to the next slide. So we see some key stats over here on the slide, and this is generally data that I got from a World Bank study that was done in 2019 and 2020. And so what we find is that actually, contrary to popular belief, 50% of the women that were surveyed in that study were more financially literate compared to 35% of men. And 70% of women were actually more likely to budget and save compared to 30% of men. However, interestingly, only 30% of the women studied in the same survey were likely to invest compared to 70% of men. So just generally, women are budgeting and saving up, but when it comes to investment, there's a smaller fraction of them. And if we drill down to the women who are now investing, if we take a deeper look at this, we find that 40% of those investing are generally the young, so the young people. So they were between the ages of 18 to 35. And then contrary to also expectation, women do take risks, because 60% of these respondents did show that they took on risks in their investments. And then even more interestingly, 70% of those investing indicated that they had achieved return on investments. So if we move on to the next slide. So the main question that I asked myself is that, so if it's not so bad when women are investing, why are only 30% of women investing, especially in the context of Nigeria? But this really applies across the African continent. And so I did a very small survey by asking my female friends the same questions in terms of why aren't more women investing. And some of the responses that I got are on the screen. And this ranges from lack of information, the perception of high risk, self-doubt, and the lack of support. So these are just some of the responses that I got in terms of, why are women not investing? And so if we move on to the next slide, just asking myself, so what is the opportunity? Moving on to the next slide. So while we're not there yet, I think the previous speaker has gone into much detail about the gap, the wage gap and the gender parity gap that currently exists. The global economy, the global female economy, though, has continued to grow. We are not there yet, but we continue to grow. And in a recent press release, this was estimated at $24 trillion. If you look at it, this is larger than China's economy. And while this is harder to quantify when you come down to a specific country like Nigeria, we did note that generally in terms of fraction of wealth, women are doing a bit they're doing well compared to other countries, and still more women are getting into the employment ecosystem. So I would say that we still have a vibrant female economy in as much as we still seek to grow it. And so how can we leverage on this opportunity? If you move on to the next slide. So I'm sure my fellow speakers throughout today will dwell on this, but I narrowed down the opportunity for leveraging on the women and the female focused on women in real estate into 3. And the first one is that there's an opportunity for women-focused real estate fund. We did see that when we looked at investor types, real estate funds, investment funds are ranking as the top type of investors. And so there's an opportunity for this. Major studies have shown that while women are risk takers, their approach to investing is unique and it is more impact driven and future looking. And so with commercial real estate really being a long-term game, I think a women-focused real estate fund is ideal. And so that also brings me to the second opportunity where we look at niche-specific funds now when we talk about commercial real estate, and that's essentially to do with ESG. I think when we talk about women being more driven towards creating impact, then ESG, that's your environmental, social, and governance aspects comes into play because that literally embodies the principles. And there's an opportunity for such focused types of investments that are targeting women. And I'm sure our chairperson, Madam Jumuke, can provide great pointers on this through the great work of Alethea Capital. And lastly, I'm glad that Dr. Chi spoke at length about this, so I'll not belabor the point, but there's an opportunity for women to leverage on emerging real estate trends such as PropTech, especially in an environment where innovation is the key place. So as this is also still in the very early stages, there's an opportunity for women not to play catch up and to leverage on this trend. Next slide, please. So I'll stop my presentation there, but I'm happy to take questions or for any inquiries. You can reach out to me through the email details on my screen. I believe my colleague Oyinda from Estate Intel is also in the audience. If she's there, she can wave to the audience just so that you can spot her. She'll be very happy to handle any questions that you have on Estate Intel. Thank you so much for your time and for having me.
Okay. Thank you so much, Tilda. Can we please put our hands together for Tilda again? Okay, so do we have any questions for Tilda? Does anyone have questions for Tilda? And hi, Oyinda. It's good to have you here. Okay, anyone, you have questions? I saw a hand up. You have a question, okay. Do we have a second microphone? You have a question as well. Okay, beautiful. So Tilda, we've got questions for you. Let us take her first, and then we'll come to you.
I'm not sure if there's a technical glitch, but the conference side is muted.
Okay. Hi, Tilda. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
Okay, please, can we celebrate Tilda again? She didn't hear what we did it a second time. Thank you so much for your time. We appreciate you. So we have questions for you. I will give the first person. Please introduce yourself and go ahead with your question. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Good morning. My name is Tolu Dima Okoje. Thank you so much for that presentation, Tilda. I wanted to ask concerning the opportunities you discussed just now. The first one, if I remember correctly, was women-focused real estate funding, and I wanted to see if she had insights as to if we have a lot of that in the continent, in Nigeria specifically, and what has been the track record for SIM. Because I agree that in my own experience as a realtor, a lot of women are resistant or unable to afford large sums. But I don't think that we have a lot, people are aware of this women-focused funds and how they are also doing over the period of time that they exist. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Tilda, do you want to go?
Yes, thank you so much for that question. I think in relation to, so two aspects. In terms of women-focused real estate funds, I could be wrong, but those barely exist. And this is not just, it's not just a Nigeria problem or an Africa problem, it's a global problem. In terms of women-focused funding, and this either from banks or either from other type of financiers that exist, I think we're doing quite well in terms of that. Actually, in the same survey that I referenced, 70% of women indicated that they do not have a problem with accessing financing. So in terms of accessing financing, I think we're doing pretty well in that. But women-focused specific real estate funds, those ones barely exist. So I think what has been done now, if we bring out the fact that yes, funding for women actually exists, is then the challenge for access to information and people knowing what to do, and also the perception of risk. Most of the times when I mentioned self-doubt as one of the issues, is that sometimes maybe you're a lady and you were thinking of putting up a shopping mall and you're wondering how the hell do I put up a shopping mall? Essentially, like the dream looks too big. But that same level of self-doubt, unfortunately, does not exist for our male counterparts or to that great extent. So that's where we're at. I'm not sure if anybody who's part of the speakers or the panelists also want to have a go at the same question.
Okay, I think we will speak elaborately on it during the panel session to save time. So we'll just take two more questions for Tilda and we'll move.
Okay, hi Tilda. My name is Shola Fatoba. And I have a question for you. So with regards to the fund that you're referring to, I noticed a lot of the data did not take into cognizance the women in diaspora who typically face a much different issue. It's not so much a pay gap issue because these are people who probably, go past that pay gap issue, but have other issues of, the risk involved, the high interest rates with investment in Africa. So does that fund actually cater to that demography of women as well, and not just the grassroots?
Okay, thank you for the question. So maybe to clarify in terms of the opportunity, that's exactly why I think there's an opportunity for a women-focused real estate fund, because you're right in terms of there being different nuances for different classes of women. These nuances also exist, yes, for women in the diaspora, for women with different income ranges, like the problem for somebody at the top 1% that I spoke about may not be the same as somebody whose income level is, let's say, 70,000 naira per month, for example. So it's very different sort of niches that exist. So this essentially, when we talk about there being an opportunity, and this is a challenge to the audience and to maybe even our own WW council, that when we put our heads together and decide that there's an opportunity to bring this together, then there's the prospect or the opportunity to look at the different nuances when we talk about women.
Okay, thank you, Tilda.
Hello, Tilda. My name is Chukwameka Anyamuchigwe from Inspirational Kitchens. During your presentation, you did mention that women are more likely to save and budget, but less likely to invest. But those who do are young, 18 to 35. I couldn't help but wonder, could this be that they are more inclined to adopting the prop tech? Because I'm thinking of someone like my mom, for instance, who is in her 60s, that would like to invest, but maybe she doesn't know about all this prop tech and the benefits, so hence she's still reluctant to do so. Are there opportunities for educating older women who would want to take this risk, but over the years they've been in this, let's say, male-dominated society and haven't been encouraged to? Are there avenues to educating older women about prop tech so they can equally take the risk that younger women are taking, like you mentioned? Thank you.
Thank you for the question. I would say yes, most definitely. I think as we talked about there being nuances, this also applies to age. And generally, you can't apply what you don't know. And so you're right in terms of the relative advantage for younger people in that, yes, they are more exposed to technology, they are more exposed to information. But the interesting thing, though, is that the perception of self-doubt and risk still applies across the whole age dynamic. So whether you 25, whether you 40-something, that perception of self-doubt and risk still applies. But generally, the younger demographic does have better access to information and are more technologically savvy. And so they are able to make better decisions when it comes to investing and are more likely to invest, essentially. And also because they are more unhinged in terms of also family setup. So they may not very much be keen on, yes, I need to budget and save because my children need to go to school, and they have more income to redirect towards investments. That's also a reason.
Yes. Tilda, hi. Good morning. And thank you very much for that insightful presentation. So my question, just out of curiosity, I don't know whether you guys track this index. Do you think that women are more inclined to invest in brick and mortar real estate, or to invest in financial instruments that are backed by underlying real estate assets? That's one. And then I just wanted to make a quick comment on some of the questions that were asked earlier. To whether or not we have female-focused real estate funds. I think we do have some female-focused funds, but I'm not sure that I know of any female-focused real estate funds. But seeing that we have a few asset management companies led by women, and some of their CEOs are in this room, I'm throwing a charge to them that there is need for you to start looking to more focused asset classes, particularly real estate, and see whether we can work together to do some specialized instruments that are women-focused. I think the second comment is as to funding. We had mentioned at the beginning of the conference that we have Stanbic IBTC here. They are one of the biggest they have one of the biggest mortgage portfolio in Nigeria at the moment. Their rates are one of the cheapest in the market. So bringing them to the room was deliberate. We have a commitment from them that they will do on-the-spot financial counseling, and they would also provide, pre-qualification to women that are interested. Please ensure that you take the opportunity. As much as possible, the WWR conferences would ensure that we can push this and hold them to the commitment that they've made to us. If you do meet their qualification and you're interested in buying a home, we would ensure that we push this and that there can be some disbursements of funds to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Ajose. Can we please celebrate everyone who's asked a question? Thank you so much, Tilda. That was wonderful. We had a wonderful time listening.
I think I can take the question, the first question from Mrs. Ajose, and then then I think that will be it from my side. So in terms of brick and mortar real estate, compared to financial instruments that are backed by, have real estate as an underlying element, I think this is not just a women's thing. It's generally, when you look at it in terms of investment preferences and trends, you find that for most of our African countries, people actually prefer brick and mortar. And this is, less to do with returns and more to do with the type of attachment that we attach to real estate and bragging rights for I as Tilda own building X on this street and all that. So you find that there's more to do with the physical element of real estate and that brick and mortar aspect. And so the general trend is that. I will also say that when it comes to financial instruments, there's also a general lack of information in that most of these instruments, for those people who do know about them, definitely consider, but most people don't know. Beyond maybe you and I and people in this room, that for the general demographic, most people don't know about the financial instruments. So you find that, as I mentioned, people generally go for what they know, and brick and mortar is what people know and have known for quite some time. So this is not even a women's issue. It's just an investment trend that we see in our markets. Thank you so much for having me, and I think I'll stop there for now.
Wow, that was amazing. Thank you so much, Tilda. Can we please put our hands together for Tilda? Thank you so much. Okay, so I learned some people have more questions, but we will take them during the panel sessions. I also heard some people have questions for the first speaker. That's the keynote speaker. We'll take all of them soon. But right now, we're going to go on our tea break. It's going to be for 15 minutes. But before we leave our seats, I want us to please celebrate the virtual participants, because most of them wanted to be here physically, but you know, you all registered first, and then that's why you're here. Please, can we celebrate them? We appreciate you, those streaming from YouTube, those connected on Zoom. Thank you for your time. So we're going on coffee break right now for just 15 minutes, and we'll be right back. Thank you. Okay, so just a quick one. Those on this side of the hall, kindly use this door, and then those on the other side could use the other door. wait for the others to come back to their seats. If you have your friends out there, you could just do them a text or ring them to please come back so we can continue the conference. How are we enjoying ourselves? I want to hear from one or two persons. How are we enjoying ourselves? Are you having a good time? Do you think this is absolutely worth your time? Is there something you're still looking out to? Well, personally, this is absolutely worth my time. I would, rather be here learning and taking in knowledge. And going back to also use the knowledge to do wonderful things in my life. Okay, so anybody, are you having a good time? If you look at me too much, I'll come and meet you because I'm also shy. So you're looking at me too much. Let us meet you. Just tell us know how you do. Okay.
Hello, everybody. My name is Kausarat Usman. I am the head of development and projects at Prosperous Holdings. And yes, I 100% love being here, and I hope to take this knowledge to do better for women in real estate. Thank you.
Wow, please, can we celebrate her? It's nice to meet you. Thank you so much for being here. And please, let's also network. There are powerful women in this room. In the next 10, 20 years, even 5 years, the women seated here will not be on this level. I will not be here as well, would have upgraded, right? So please, talk to other women that you don't know, meet them for the first time. It's not a problem. Get to know their names, have a chat, get their contacts, and ensure that you're speaking to someone, because you don't know who that person is going to be, okay, in the next 5-10 years. So can we meet one more person, maybe from that angle? Let's just say hello briefly while we wait for our other powerful women to come to the room. Down, but I've caught you. So yes, you, beautiful woman, let's meet you,
please. My name is Ijoma Tabu, and I'm very happy to be here. And I'm a program as it's good. The remaining part of the program.
Thank you. Can we please celebrate her? It's wonderful to know that I'm not the only shy person here, so I'm going to call everyone out. We'll be shy together. Okay. I like that we're smiling. It's so pretty to see a room with women smiling. Amazing. We've been through a lot, so let's smile. Okay. Can the hostesses please help call? Can the hostesses please help call the others so that we can continue? And then for our virtual participants, thank you so much for staying with us. We're going to continue real quick. So while we wait for the others, we have a presentation from NMRC. Okay, so they're just going to be talking to us about their product offering. NMRC is Nigeria Mortgage Refinance Company. Please, can we celebrate the pretty woman walking up to me in a green blazer? Okay, so we'll just have that real quick.
Good morning, everyone. Okay, so NMRC is NMRC. Sorry, don't solve my tongue. Is looks like I'm very tall, vertically challenged. All right, so NMRC is a Nigeria Mortgage Refinance Company. No, we do not give mortgages directly to individuals, because we get that question a whole lot of times when we go to fora like this. So we play in the secondary market, right? That's really where the bulk of our work is. So our clients are the primary mortgage banks as well as the commercial banks. Those are our partners directly. So we do not give mortgages directly. So our vision is to be the dominant housing partner in Nigeria, and we've been here since 2014, right? So the industry is in its infancy, as we can all agree. So this journey, we started it in 2014, and with this vision of being the dominant housing partner. And our mission also is to break down barriers to home ownership by providing liquidity, affordability, accessibility, and stability to the housing market in Nigeria. You know, all the abilities. That's the focus of our mandate. And really, how do we do this work? Really, is through refinancing. That's really our core function, right? So we leverage funding from the capital markets to enhance mortgage access, right? So, like I said, our main partners, right, are the primary mortgage banks as well as the commercial banks, and we refinance the mortgage portfolio of our banking partners. And how we do that is through raising funding from the capital market in order to refinance these mortgages. So really, what we've been able to do, or if you look at our impact and our track record, what we've been able to do is to sort of improve long-term liquidity in the market. Before we came to be, mortgages sort of topped off at about 10 or 5 years, but with the work we've done, our partners are then able to give out mortgages that are up to 15 to 20 years. So that is that's sort of testament to the relevance of the work that we've been doing in the industry. And with that, also the interest rate, right? So right now we don't need telling what the interest rates are, but by virtue of the work that we've been doing in the industry, we've also been able to bring down the interest rates at which mortgages are obtainable. That's another major area of work that we've done, and we've sort of we've been at the driver's seat, right, of very key initiatives that are sort of unlocking the issues, right, creating an enabling environment, right, for individuals to actually have access, right, which has been an issue. So we've been at the driver's seat of those initiatives across the entire value chain, and it's things are in its infancy. So a lot of the work that we have been doing is an ongoing conversation. So even all the way down to land titling, because you find that mortgage origination is not where the issue starts and ends, right? You find that even to originate mortgages, you have to go back to the issue of unlocking the issues with land titling and all that. So we've been in the driver's seat of those kind of conversations, and we've recorded some successes. Of course, a long way to go, and we've been partnering across board. So thank you for listening. If you have any other questions or specific initiatives that you'd like to know more about, I'll be seated at the back there with my colleague, Mr. Schelling. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can we please celebrate her? Okay, before the next plenary session, I have a wonderful book here. It is called Stripped, An African Woman's Guide to Building Generational Wealth, and it's written by Sholakbe Akinpelu. Does anyone know this book or know the author? But do you know Harvest? Yeah, so she's the CEO of Harvest. And guess what? She's given this book at a discount of 30%. So you're going to buy it for $5,200. So they're over there outside. You could just go and purchase your book. It's a very interesting book because, you know, who doesn't want to build generational wealth here? The person did not show up. So we're all here together, and we're trying to build generational wealth. So let's all buy it. All right. Thank you. Okay, so we're moving to the second plenary session. And it's one I'm really interested in listening to because it has a beautiful topic and it deals with a lot of psychology, you know, and our mindset and all of that. So it says, confronting the biases, self-determined strategies to winning the parity war. So this is beautiful, and it would be taken by co-founder, managing director, Aletheia Capital, in the person of Jumoke Akinwumi. I'm going to read her profile real quick, and we would have her speak to us. So Olajumoke Akinwumi has over 25 years of experience in the real estate sector as an architect, investment advisor, and development manager. She's co-founder of Aletheia Capital, a Nigeria-based investment advisory and management firm. Jumoke was in public service for 6 years up to 2019, and at different times during this period was managing director of the Family Homes Fund, a 500 billion naira federal government-backed housing program whose mandate is to stimulate the economy through housing delivery. Ogun State Director General of the Bureau of Lands and Survey, Special Advisor Housing Development, and General Manager of Ogun State Housing Corporation. Previously, she practiced architecture in the firms of ACCL and James Cubitt Architects and was a pioneer property development manager at the Shell Pension Fund. Before joining Nigeria's largest indigenous energy company, where she set up its real estate subsidiary, providing corporate real estate services, an organization she headed until 2007. Jumoke is a non-executive director at the Federal Housing Authority, FHA, chairman of the Purple Nigeria, chairman of the Advisory Board for Real Estate Unite, co-founder at Aletheia Development Co., and founder of the non-profit Build Her NG. Can we please, with a loud ovation, welcome Jumoke Akinwumi. Hello, Ma.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. I hope you can all hear me loud and clear.
Yes, Ma.
Can somebody say yes? Yes. Yes. It's such a privilege to be here. And please, don't mind my background. I'm hoping, imagining, and dreaming that I am in Lagos right now and actually sitting in your midst. Can you hear me? There's a signal coming up. Okay. That should be all right. So thank you very much. I have to first of all thank the organizers of this. I know what it has taken to get here. I am very proud of the fact that this is the second edition and it's the beginning of really great things for women. I'm also thankful to Dr. Chi for providing such great insight through the keynote speech that she made, and also, of course, to Tilda, who reels out these statistics, some of which make me really mad, but all clearly to help us to channel our energies toward the right things and to ensure that women become equal participants in all sectors, but particularly in this sector that I am so passionate about. So we've talked a lot about statistics, what's going on. And I'm just pleased that my own role here is to share my own journey and my own experience. So this is more, we're getting personal, and I like that. I think I asked if I could share my presentation myself. So is that possible? I'm
Yes,
not hearing any.
Yes,
Yeah,
ma'am.
okay. All right, brilliant. Hey, fantastic. All right, so as has been said, I'll be talking about self-determined strategies to winning the parity war. I don't even know if it's a war as such, but I guess that's a broad term to use because, munitions are not guns and cudgels and swords, right? We're winning through smart thinking, smart decision making, grabbing opportunities, and really just being on top of our game with the knowledge that we acquire everywhere that we go. All right, so I'll start with the fact that it is true indeed that we do have buckets of issues. And, when you listen if you listen carefully to Dr. Chi and also to Tilda, even the little study that she had done to try and understand the whys behind some of the more challenging issues that we have, we recognize that there really are things that sometimes look like are beyond our ability to resolve. So this is where I'm going to start from. I really will start also from something is happening with my, something that happens with this. Yeah, okay. So I want to start with things that I think are more what women should focus on and do better. And those first two things are political savviness and emotional intelligence. And again, I'm repeating that I am talking entirely from my perspective and my experience through my journey, if you like. We need to kind of sharpen our skills there. I see a lot of situations where we're not very good with reading situations, and we therefore go in, I don't know, foot first or wrong foot first. We are not supposed to be unaware of the political situations in the environment that we operate. And we're supposed to, as I used to have a boss who would say, these are things they don't teach you in Harvard. We're supposed to really be emotionally intelligent. The other thing to this is the confidence that I find can often be lacking in the way that we present ourselves. And that is often rooted in the fact that we think that we need to be perfect. There's no such thing as perfection. And we need to just be real to ourselves and be prepared to go with what we have. The truth is that it is in our being authentic. That's all that's required actually of us. Our real self has to show up all the time. So those are things that personally, I think as a woman, I've had to work myself towards either delivering myself or out of or delivering myself into. The next two things are, I think, situational in the sense that I find that is either we're not looking or we're not finding role models. And what I found out about that is that this takes actively seeking, intentionally seeking women role models, because they do exist. It's not true that you cannot find them, but it's just that you have to look for them a whole lot more than perhaps you would have to look for a male role model. Within our organizations, I think there's also cultural assumptions about what work is, first of all, and then what work success means. And it doesn't even happen only within our organizations, even within the context of the environment that we live in or operate in. Those assumptions, we have to define what those assumptions should be, because currently they're not skewed in the favor of women. And then finally, this is more broad scale and on the outside. This has been traditionally gendered career paths and gendered work. What is expected that a woman should do or should not do. And in the sector that I operate, they call it a male-dominated sector. Truth is, really, what's the big deal in there? And then this thing that is an elephant in the room, which is the double burden of work and non-work related responsibilities. There's no doubt about it that most women go through several changes in their lives that are not necessarily work related, but in some ways and in many ways that impacts their ability to progress in comparison to their male counterparts. And there just doesn't seem to be anything within the existing systems and structures that takes that into consideration. And so these are things for all women who are leading at the moment that they have to take on board and deal with within the opportunities that they have to make the necessary changes, whether in policy or whatever, to make this something that comes to the forefront and something that's addressed for all women. So since my conversation is really about me and my journey, I thought I would share a few things that I have done that have, I believe, helped me. Some of them I stumbled upon and some of them were intentional and deliberate, but these are I think there are 5 or 6 things that I have done myself. The first one, and that's obvious to anyone who meets me and knows me, is that I follow my passion. I have insisted that I would not be anything else or do anything else that I am not passionate about. And I have all kinds of stories to share. My experience in government being one, and getting into my first discussions before I even entered government, and being offered to be this role or that role, and some of them sounded really interesting, and they'll be good for the CV if you like. However, I knew what I was passionate about, and I was determined only to work within the space that I felt that I could give of myself beyond just working. And so this is my first charge, really. We all have to follow our passion, and we have to find and identify what that is. And it doesn't matter whether it looks or sounds small, but I know that passion is what breathes. It actually evolves into a growth that is beyond what we ourselves could imagine. So I say generally I'm a quiet human being, but when there's something that inspires me and that's something that's tied to my passion, then the real me really shows up. And I find that because I'm able to use my voice, I'm also able to carry a lot of people along on my journey. So my takeaway for that is passion propels me forward, and that will be true for any woman who is listening to me right now. And I'm sure that women who can testify to what I have just said, when you put your passion and what you love to do ahead of a lot of other things that we could put ahead, then we find that we make a headway not just for ourselves, but also that we impact the communities that we are in, and particularly that we impact other women. So the second thing I want to talk about is, building on and that focus to build on my strengths. And, it's not about physical building now. We're really talking about the fact that when I play to my strengths, whether it's a level playing field or not is completely irrelevant. And when I play to my strengths, I'm also aware that perhaps there are some shortcomings in there. But one of the things that we women particularly have to tune our minds to is that everybody has developmental needs, even the one that looks like they know everything. That is completely untrue. And so we really need to come not with this attitude of, I don't know enough, am I good enough? We talk a lot about this imposter syndrome that really is real. But once we're starting from a position of our passion, then even our passion really does strengthen us and gives us the oomph to even go further. So acknowledging where your strength lies helps you to be authentic to who you are. Recently, I was reading a book by a gentleman called Gbolahan Fagbore. He's the founder of Jumia, and I think it's called Supermart Nigeria, something like that. And, one of the first things that he says in his book, and I like reading books about people who have gotten their hands dirty, whether at the end of the day it was successful or not, but just the fact that they got on the field and they started to, to plow and plans. I like those kinds of stories because those are really authentic from experience stories. But then he speaks about the beginning point of being authentic to yourself, of knowing who you are. And I think for every woman who is listening, it is so important. It's a difficult thing to do, but knowing who you are is really the beginning. And that's what I found for myself. There are things that I can do and there are things that I cannot do. And I don't even attempt to fake anything. I also think that subtle strength is required now. We understand from all of the data and statistics that leadership styles, which used to be, show me your power, has over the years and decades moved away from that to just your ability. Empathy has become a very important part of this. So for me, subtle strength is more important, and that is more long-lasting in terms of intentional influence, and even generate the respect that you need to get things done. So the antidote to self-underestimating me, and I'm speaking to myself, and I hope some women can hear me, is, it is finding my true self, and finding my strength. And this is something I say to myself regularly, may the real me stand up. So sometimes I'm going off to a meeting or to some difficult conversations, and I know that the real me, there's no point me, trying to be politically correct. I'm saying be politically savvy, but not necessarily politically correct in every situation. The real you needs to show up and stand up all the time. The next one is that I take advantage of being female. I don't even know if this is the right phrase. I think it's more that I don't see my being female as a minus. I've never seen it that way. And I'm surprised sometimes when some women I'm speaking to end up with a conversation that is tending towards, without even saying it, it's because I'm a woman. I think we need to get over that, because there's really nothing, unless you want to be known as we read these days, he, them, and and all the other or neutral or whatever else, then we have to get over this and really use that to our benefit, because that's what it is that we're supposed to do as the male gender, use being a man to their advantage. So no, I don't have any kind of awkward feelings about whether it's being the only woman in a boardroom or being the only woman on a site. I obviously would fight to have especially other women in the boardroom alongside. And that's, I think, something that women ought to do more and be more upfront about that requirement. We don't have to be extremely polite about the need to have proper representation across board. And this is not just, in the boardroom, it's also in politics, is in government. I think what's more critical for us as women is that we have to develop whatever it is that's our own unique value proposition, which actually comes from our strengths. Everybody, there's something special about everyone. It comes from the experiences that we've had, and obviously the skills that we have. And there's none of those that we cannot improve upon, fortunately. So these are the things that we must leverage all the time. And we should never, ever put ourselves in a place where we think that being of the female gender is any kind of disadvantage, not in fact in any way whatsoever. I think I mentioned this earlier, that the characteristics that have been associated with being a female gender is really actually a source of advantage. If you speak to many women leaders, including presidents and past presidents, women, the fact that they're able to be everything that a leader is deemed to be, but also having those qualities of empathy and inclusiveness and openness, and being able to lead up and lead down, which can be very difficult sometimes for the other gender, puts us quite in a unique place. And as Hillary Clinton said the other day, there's never been a better time to be born a woman. So this speaks to what I mentioned earlier about, being able to lead up and lead down. I think that one of the benefits that we have as women is that we are more prone to build alliances across board. So we build alliances with the powerful, but we're also really good with building alliances with the so-called powerless. And so this is something that, you know, I do deliberately, and this, you know, deliberately just diversifying. And, you know, it happens almost naturally for most women, just diversifying the relationships that I build. And then there's some statistics that supports this, says that women are 3 times more likely to rely on alliances and most of the alliances that they rely on are mostly junior rather than senior. But there's a comment there about women underestimating the power of networking, and because they put their nose to the grindstone and they do all this work, feeling that because they have done all of this work, it's enough to draw the attention to their skills and capabilities. Well, obviously here's where being politically savvy and emotionally intelligent comes into play. However, I also make the comment that there is something about the way that networking is done. And we have to define for ourselves what networking means to us. And that's why a platform like this and a conference like this for me is interesting and makes the big difference. It's a place, you know, we create a safe place for women to network. I was commenting when I was giving this variant of this presentation to another group that I find those networking meetings where, you know, 5 minutes, you have 5 minutes to say something, you elevator pitch, you move on to the next person. And I find them not like the way we like to network. I think we have to define for ourselves what networking means and build those platforms that enable the way we like to network to happen. And obviously WWR is certainly one of those platforms. My comment to that is that networking, as is currently defined, is loaded with testosterone. We don't have enough of that, so we need to find our own way of networking. I think this will be the final one on what I have done myself. I maintain a personal board of directors. This for me is very important and should be important for every woman. There's no woman, it doesn't matter what level you are at, that does not deserve to have a personal board of directors. So, you know, really, what do they do? So this, my own story is this, it's a small group of senior people in the corporate world. Some are older than me, some are the same age, and by far some are younger than me. And in fact, the first couple of members of my board, my personal board, are younger than me. And these are people that I respect, I admire. These are people who have put their hands to the grind. They have actually done work. The stories about failing, I find, I don't know whether it's an age thing, or whether it's because I learned it a lot later. And for every young woman in the room, I need you to know that there's really no such thing as failing. You've just had an experience and more way of not doing it. That's all that has happened to you. And I think also that as a parent, we have to be careful about how we define failure to our children and our wards. And then as business owners or as senior management, we also need to manage when subordinates do not deliver the way that we hoped that they would. And I'm also speaking to myself. We need to define what it means to fail differently. So going back to what I was saying, who do you seek advice from and who is in your kitchen cabinet? But at the same time, as you look up and you get your personal board of directors, you also need to make sure that you yourself are sitting on somebody's board. And really, that's the only way that this cycle of being able to influence, manage, support will work within the female ecosystem. So I'm also an advisor to many, and I often will try to make myself absolutely available. You find that this relationship, some of it is more personal than professional, some of it is a good blend, some are short-term, some are long-term. But what is critical is just the learnings that come from all of these engagements all the time, whether it's from the people who are on my board or from the people whose board I sit on. So I'm asking you, everyone, a question: on whose board do you sit? Who are you sponsoring? Who are you voting? I mean, the truth of the matter is that when we, because of who we are and because we kind of network up and down, there is no way that we would not be sitting on other people's personal boards. And if you're not, it's time for you to look around and lend yourself to someone who clearly could do with some advice, some direction from your experience or your skills. I also just thought I should share a little bit about what I think we women ought to do a bit more. And some of it I've already spoken about, but, you know, we need to build ourselves a network and support. And, you know, finding friends and allies is, you know, is across board. I'm not saying, oh, you know, unless it's a women's group, don't get involved. But, you know, we're at such an age now where there's so many groups and so many female-led or owned or groups created for women that it will be careless of us not to get involved in one. And they're all not, you know, sitting where we're sitting. You can, I belong to so many groups online, never ever met them, but I'm, you know, I'm joining the meetings, I'm joining the discussions, I'm contributing to what is going on. And some of it might sound like a little waste, a bit of a waste of time, but the truth is that technology, and you know, we all talk about, it's a global village we live in now. Technology permits all kinds of things, and we all need to take full advantage of that. I mean, the last speakers talked a lot about using technology as an equalizer, as for women to get involved in investing and in ownership in real estate. It's even for women to get involved, period. Also, I think that we need to build on our confidence. Sometimes I find that women can be a little fearful with making decisions, even about what we believe in. And, you know, that speaks to the fact that, you know, as Tilda said, women invest, they save. But when it comes to, women save, but when it comes to investing in all kinds of things, self-doubt, you know, fear, a lack of knowledge, which is something that we must all address, comes to play. And I don't know if anyone has come across this book. I think it was written by John Maxwell, called Failing Forward. If you haven't, you need to read it, because we all need to change our perspective as to what it means to fail. Because I know that that's one of the things that holds a lot of women back from doing the things that they want to do. Integrity and trustworthiness. I mean, obviously there's no, this one knows no gender. And I find that the best of women, you know, in the workplace particularly, women have to do a whole lot more to get to, you know, certain places and get certain rights or privileges or whatever they are. And one of the things that I know can propel any woman forward, even in a society where there's a shortage of integrity, is integrity and trustworthiness. Truth of the matter is that even crooks, when they're looking for someone to do something right, they don't look for a crook. They look for someone who has integrity. So let it be said that we have no shortage of that. I think being innovators and problem solvers also is something that women, I think we need to do a little bit more of. Getting our hands dirty is not something that we should shy away from. What we need to do is to bring superior know-how to the table. Often in our organization, with my partner and I, the work that we do, 1 minute you're in the boardroom and the next minute you're on the shop floor and you're getting the work done because it just needs to be done. I think that a lot of women, we have to demonstrate that. And I see that a lot of, you know, women at top management and leadership do that. But I think we need to do it more. And we should not ever buy the story of this is how we do it here. I think really just creating solutions, and in an environment like Nigeria where there are so many problems to solve, being at the forefront of creating solutions is something that I think we should do more of. Emotional intelligence, I think I've spoken about that already. And of course, embracing continuous learning. We all necessarily have to continue to learn. So by training, I'm a project manager, historically. And I know back in the day, project management was really about planning, and then implementing and blocking anything that will stop changes from occurring while you're implementing. Today, project management has morphed into what we call agile. And this is really about don't overplan. Just look at how you're going to arrive at a minimum viable product that is then useful, able to generate income for your client, and then you can then proceed from that. I know it came from the tech world, but we've taken it also into the space that I work in property development, and making sure that we continue to address our skills and our learnings. So it's better to be T-skilled apparently than to be I-skilled. So going deep into one subject is not as great as really being broad knowledge. And we have the opportunity. Technology is there to help us. There are all kinds of free courses, the courses that we pay not that much for as well. And, every woman in the room should be doing one thing or the other, aside from, what the normal day-to-day activities should be in terms of learning. And it should just never stop. Okay, so as far as gender parity and so on, and the conversations around that is concerned generally, this image, I think I found it a couple of years ago on, I'm not sure if it was a World Bank document, speaks to me a lot and makes me understand that gender justice is such an important and necessary global consideration at the moment. So if you look at the top, talks about education, primary school, tertiary. So this is global. So this is not, I didn't find anything specific to Nigeria or even to Africa. And we can see that as far as education is concerned globally, there's a decent level of parity. But then we go down to the work world. And this is where you can start to see the huge differences, particularly with leadership roles. More women need to be helped to get to leadership positions, but it's not just to get there for getting their sake, it is to get there to make room. And it's not about favoritism, and it's certainly not about being partial or creating a different pathway for women. It is just to ensure that the policies that keep women from attaining are removed. One of the reasons why all of this is going on, in my view, and is because I know, and the world knows, that all of those SDG goals, all without exception, I believe, will not be fulfilled until we address the elephant in the room, which is really centered around gender parity. And again, I guess this drives home the point. Sometimes we talk about sectors that are more gendered toward the female, and so healthcare, education, and non-profit being the top three. I was surprised to find legal, actually. So if you look on the left column, is talking about all employees, and on the right, leadership hires. But the truth is, just keep your eyes on the right and see what's happening on the leadership front. It clearly is skewed in favor of the male gender across board. And obviously for the sectors that are more real estate, finance, unfortunately technology as well, you find that gap is outrageous. And just because I want to find a little bit more information, I decided to do a little bit of work on a couple of specific sectors that were not named here. So fashion and retail, as an example. You would imagine that this is more women focused, and therefore in the leadership space there'll be more women, but that turned out to not be a fact. Only 14% of the world's major brands are led by women. And of course, dining, food, I mean, for goodness sakes, that should be 100%, shouldn't it? No. Turns out that only 7% of the world's top chefs are women, and only 1% of Michelin-starred restaurants have women chefs. So the problem is not it's really a really broad-based and deep problem. And the solutions lie in us women, in us making it possible first for other women to do what they need to do on a more equal playing field, but also it doesn't matter at what level we are to huddle. women need to huddle. I find that I say that all the time. Women just need to huddle deliberately, to huddle systematically, to huddle intentionally. And it's not for huddling's sake, but it is to create, to influence, and to make the changes that are necessary for us to become. And so if you're at the table, you make more seats so that other women can join you at the table. We have to champion, we have to support initiatives, we have to join them. We have to create a path for women to receive strength and to be in solidarity. And that's why I'm very proud of WWR and the work that it's doing and will be doing going forward. And we're going to be reaching across all kinds of networks, other women networks, and I mean, obviously, other networks that support and are interested in women initiatives. I will not end this without talking a little bit about what Alifia does intentionally. We're a finance investment, and particularly the PE and real estate company, and they are really both male-dominated sectors. And so we're very mindful of the role that we play, the leadership role that we play. And I mentioned earlier, Tokumbo and I demonstrated intuitively that it's possible as women to work at the top level, but also to go down and work at the bottom level with ease. And I think that that's a skill and an advantage that women have that we don't, take enough advantage of and even put to work a lot as often as we should. In terms of a workplace, we have certainly created a women-empowered workplace. We're very, very proud of the women in our organization, and we follow them on their life's journey. From some women come in and they get married, some women take time off before they resume and they get married, they have their babies. This is all normal, right? And we have to normalize those things, and that should have no say and no impact whatsoever on the ability of in the organizations that they work in. We're absolutely committed to genderless investing in finance, business, and great clean energy, housing, property investment, and ownership. We're committed to the tribe. We are tribal. I thank you all very much. I like this saying from Maya Angelou, but I adopted it a little bit, so doctored it a little. I love to see a group of young and old girls, it doesn't matter what your age is, go out there and grab the world by the lapels. Life's a bitch. You've got to go out and kick ass. We do it better when we're in a group, when we're in synergy, when we're in agreement, when we empower each other and support each other. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ma. That was an amazing session. Can you wave at me if you had a wonderful time listening to her? So please do a loud ovation. Okay, thank you very much. I know some of us might have questions for her. Oh, I see a few nods in the room. That's okay. She's going to be on the panel session as well, so you could ask your questions. So before we go to the panel sessions, there are very amazing people in our midst. I know that we're a lot of women here, and maybe we're not even noticing the men around, but it would be nice to celebrate them. Can you please put your hands together for the men in the room? We appreciate you. We're grateful that you would even come here to come, fellowship with women, and, we're inspired and we're encouraged. Thank you so much. Okay, and please, can you celebrate yourself? So if you haven't taken a picture yet, and you haven't uploaded a picture yet, and you haven't used the hashtag yet, you owe me. So please get out your phones. You have beautiful people sitting beside you. Take pictures and use the hashtags. So the official hashtags are hashtag WWR conferences, hashtag WWR 2023, and hashtag women, wealth, and real estate. Please take pictures. You're looking so gorgeous. Please take pictures. Amazing. Yeah, nice. All of you who are still looking at me, you're not doing anything. Don't worry. Please take pictures. Okay, so we're going to move real quick into the first panel discussion. Please write down your questions. We're going to be taking them all at the end of the session. And the powerful women that we have here at the panel discussion one will be sharing personal stories and experiences in winning the parity war. Isn't that amazing? So it's not just going to be things that, they saw online, all the plenty data, and, we're going to be hearing real life stories. Please, who's excited with me? Am I the only one here? Please celebrate them now. Thank you. Okay, so they're going to be sharing, and I would like to invite the moderator. She would invite her fellow panelists. Please, can we put our hands together for Deborah Nicole Omerua? Please, can we celebrate her? Can we please keep celebrating her?
Okay, thank you, everyone. I'd like to welcome Mrs. Mosunmola Olulade, Mrs. Folusho Olaniyan, and Ms. Bidemi Fadayomi from UPDC. And I believe Jumoke Akinwumi will also be joining us virtually. So if you can welcome my fellow panelists, please. Okay, and Tinu Sanda. But we don't have a, okay. Can you bring this back? I'll stand. Yeah. It's okay, I'll stand. I'm still youngish. I can manage. Can you see me? Okay. Oh, but then now I'm blocking this lady. Let me move back. Can you move it back? Thank you very much, everyone. Really looking forward to an engaging discussion today with my fellow panelists, and really excited that they have graciously agreed to share their personal stories and hopefully be a little bit vulnerable with us today. They'll be sharing their personal experiences as real estate investors as well as industry professionals. So maybe I'll start with a little bit about myself. I've been in real estate for about 10 years. So I have actually experienced a lot as a woman in real estate, the good, the bad, and the ugly. I have boldly dared to request a seat at the table, no matter how that seat came. So, I mean, in a good way. So I have taken short-term roles, I've taken contracts, I have agreed to do other people's jobs, I've done everything, anything I could do to get my seat at the table. I've experienced the bad, both from men and from women, and I have to say, I think it's bad enough that we have this sort of gender parity war against men, but I think we women also have to be more supportive of one another, just to help us win that battle. And I also have experienced the ugly, and sadly that ugly came from me because I didn't have the emotional intelligence that Tokunboh talked about. I have felt like maybe I needed to be the loudest in the room to show my power, and I learned very quickly that being the loudest in the room actually gave you less power. And what gave you power was showing up with your experience and your skills, and that's what earned you a lot of respect. So I'm sure we'll hear a lot more interesting stories from my panelists. And I would like to start with Mrs. Olaniyan. I hope we have microphones for everyone. Okay, great. you know, like we had a great conversation, and we'll be starting more on the investment side, real estate investment side, for the current and future prospective investors in the room. So, you know, Mr. Lanyan, you built a very healthy real estate portfolio for yourself. Can you share with us, you know, how you went about your first ever real estate investment, and what prompted you to take that leap?
Yeah, thank you, distinguished ladies and the few gentlemen here. Yeah, I had a short discussion with her, and I said my first investment in real estate, the journey started in 2003. And God bless my mom's soul. She was the one that actually started the conversation and said, you know, never wait till you're so rich before you start investing. And the trick is for you to have a saving culture. No matter how small your income is, try to put something aside, just like you put money in your piggy bank. You don't know when opportunities will come, when that would be useful. And that was actually what happened. So I wasn't earning much, young mother, and but I tried to save a little. Then an opportunity came up that one of the mortgage institutions were giving out facility for people to buy homes in an estate around the second roundabout in Lekki. So the matter came up, and they said we had to put down a deposit. I think then was about 2.5 million naira. So I heard about it, and I had a discussion with my mom that, you know, something like this came up, and she said, yes, my neighbor in Lekki told me her daughter is buying into it. So she said, why don't you have a go? And I'm like, 2.5 is a lot. So she said, how much do you have? And then I think I had less than 1 million. So she said, okay, there's some income that is coming in from the family property that they'll give me a loan to make it up and make the deposit, and that I should pay back within 4 months. Because she asked me to calculate what would come in, and I said my housing would come in, some other allowances. And that was why I was able to, that's how I could invest and make the down payment. But I was a bit more creative, because I looked that, look, once I do the down payment, I may not be able to sustain the monthly repayments. So honestly, that was what propelled me to look for a better paying job. And within that period, I got a better job that paid me 3 times what I was earning. So that was how I could sustain, manage the loan very well, and I paid down within the stipulated time. And you won't believe it. By the time I was finishing that, another mortgage institution that was headed by a woman, we had common friends, just told me we're doing another estate. We're doing an estate if you're keen. So I said, I don't have cash. She said, but do you have property? I said, yes. I just finished paying one. She said, yeah, you can actually use that as the collateral to sign up for the other one. And things just happened, and that was how I could get my second property. Initially, for the first one, I think the interest rate we were paying then was as low as 6%. So what I'm telling you from this is seize opportunities, because by the time I signed up to the other one, it started at 13%, and it got up to 25% at a time. And but I was able to take it, pay up, sign up again for another one. So what I'm telling you is, these things you can do when you're much younger. Because once your kids start growing up, and then you have to pay more school fees, you know, support them, because you never really can just say, you can't say, I'm a woman, you want the best for your children, and you will always want to support. And then it's difficult because you have to take a decision between supporting them or investing. But the investments you do at the earlier stages of your life pay up. Like I told her, my youngest son finished his master's, is working. I have an empty nest now. And the early investments are what pay off now. And they give me a comfortable life, you know, in semi-retirement. So just have the saving culture. I learned that from my mom. And once you have the foundation, you can build on it and build on it. And when you're not happy with any of the property, even when you grow much older, you can sell off one, you know, and that gives you a lot of, makes you very liquid. And you can live the life. So that's just it.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. Did you hear, people? Do not wait until you are rich. The investments will make you rich. And I think the other thing I really, really liked is, and what I took away was, don't switch jobs just for 10% pay rise. As you can see, they can do 3 times pay rise. So please, let's think before we're switching jobs. Okay, then I'd now like to switch to Jumoke, if she's still online.
Yes, she is.
Okay, great. So Jumoke, can you tell us a little bit about your experience with your own personal real estate investments? I think, what challenges did you face when you were starting out? And, you know, what would you do differently if you could start again?
Oops. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mrs. Olaniyan. That was really interesting and sounds very similar to my story. Fortunately, because I'd always been in the sector, those opportunities always presented themselves. Again, as a young person, for the first few years, the thing in my head was, you can't afford this. You simply can't afford this. But then I immediately realized, because on the side I was working in an oil company, and I would advise my most senior female colleagues who were making investments in real estate. So I was their go-to person, and I provide all the advice. And at the end of the day, I realized that I needed to do something. So yes, one of such opportunities came, and I jumped at it. And really, one of the things we have to be not afraid of is borrowing. I think this is one of the key issues. I mean, I guess the younger women are perhaps not as concerned or averse to borrowing, but we older folk grew up in an environment where borrowing seemed to be almost like a cardinal sin. And so it was always a question of, what do I have? Rather than, how can I use what I have to leverage to get what I don't have? So my first couple of investments were that way. Really borrowing. I took advantage of the fact that I worked in an oil company, and the main banker of the oil company had friendly terms for the staff of the oil company. So I rode on the back of that to get into my first couple of deals. In terms of what I would do better, I think I'd have started a whole lot earlier, honestly. And to every young person who is listening, look, even if it means entering into, technology is helping. Even if, because then we didn't have this, even if it means entering into a cooperative group so that 20 of you can own one piece of real estate, do it. If it means entering into a cooperative group of sorts so that you can get access to land that is opening up, do it. So long as you have some savings, just do it, because the savings, I don't care what product you are putting that savings in, it's not the same as when you put it into real estate. I mean, the question that was on the tip of my tongue to ask Ms. Olaniyan is, so what's the value of those assets that you bought way back then? I'm sure you will be surprised to hear her response if she was able to share that information. And the last comment she made about, if you're not happy with it, sell it off and live comfortably. She knows what she's talking about. You know, that really is the deal. So I would have started a lot earlier. I would have been less afraid, knowing that I knew the sector. I operated in the sector. I was an advisor in the sector. I think I was too timid, and I don't want anybody else to be timid. I think that I should have championed also a number of these, for want of a better word, housing cooperative groups, so that it would help other women who don't have the bulk sum to co-participate alongside their peers. And that's what I am setting out to do now.
Fantastic. Thank you, Jumoke. So she's telling you, do it now. And do it afraid, but just do it. Okay? All right, so we're going to switch gears slightly to our panelists that have built their, very successful careers in real estate. A very fun fact, actually. I studied architecture, and I think we actually have 4 architects.
And I realized as an architect, there weren't that many people who could afford to start by buying land and then getting you to do a design and all that. There were more people would be geared to just buying a property that was already there. So, and also, obviously, even if you were going to design, you'll need to still buy the land and all that. So it was a ready market, and that inspired me. I teamed up with some friends that we left uni together, different people, architect, planner, an engineer, and we decided to start a real estate company. Over and above that, I've gone beyond that now, and now have my own company. But I remember that my father died, it'll be 52 years now, this year, when I was 10. My father was a lecturer in the university. But by the time he died at the age of 44, he already had 3 properties. He was just a lecturer. So how did he do it? So I realized that one of the ways you can grow wealth is to buy property and invest in property. And then when he died, one was a bungalow, and then 2 were pieces of land, real estate somewhere. And so my mom, she had to send all these her children to school, and it was like, what can she do? Because she was a librarian, medical librarian, civil servant as well. So what we did was we were able to get a mortgage and develop one of the properties that was in Surulere. I think it was Federal Mortgage Bank then. And that was the money that, from that property, that literally sent us to university. And my siblings are, we have a doctor, we have a pharmacist, we have myself, an architect. And so I realized early that you need to invest in properties to be able to help yourself later in life. So like the speakers have said, even no matter what you are earning, you must be able to save some money, invest some money, put it aside towards property. For women, a lot of women will be like, oh, I can't afford that, I can't afford that. But you can start. For instance, I also do gold. when I'm talking about gold, I'm not saying, not the ones with diamonds in it, because diamonds are a girl's best friend. The reason is because when you want to sell it, it doesn't have value. So they are your best friend, you keep them for life. Bones on it if you want, but they will throw that out and give you the value for it. You can put it together and use it to invest in a property. Because you find out that, like, when there is inflation or when money value goes down, the first thing that goes up is gold value. And you'll be able to sell it and do some. So going on to properties, I know that it's doable with the mortgage banks and with the things. Yes, most people don't like to borrow money. But when you see that the money you are borrowing, the only time I will advise you to borrow money is to have money that is tied up to something. So if you are borrowing money, you are tying it up to this property you are buying. So push comes to shove, the property will pay for the money you've borrowed. So there is really little risk in that sense. So backpacking on that, you go on, and I had encouragement from my mom. In fact, I'll tell you a story. The bungalow my father left for us, mainly was for her. When my mom turned 85 years old, she decided, breaking this bungalow down, and I'm building 2 wings of duplex on it at 85. So she was like, Caleb and Joshua, give me this mountain. I mean, we've grown up, we can support her. But the truth of it is that she started at the age of 85. We raised the house down, built a new foundation. By the time she was 87, we had finished it and were able to dedicate it. Now, how did that happen? One of the seed money that we started that property with was a property in Bodija that my father, who had died 50 years ago, had bought, which we sold. And you can imagine the value now was so high. That was the first thing we were able to put into that building. And then also, my father had shares that he had bought. So, I'm saying we need to invest, We need to be able to have this thing. And then we took money from those shares, sold them. It's like, somebody who's been dead almost 50 years, why are you still keeping his shares? So we sold them and put the money into this building again. And then we finished it. And, it was, for me, that is an encouragement that no matter what age you are, you can start. My father started young because he died at 44. Mm-hmm. By the time he was 44, he already had 3 properties. So you can start early. And you can start as a civil servant. He was a lecturer. And my mom herself started and was buying her own properties as well. So my mom is 92 now. But I tell you, she's high maintenance because obviously she needs nurse. No, I'm just saying, and all that. But even though she's high maintenance, she pays her way because all the properties she invested in before are paying for her. So even with children, we really just, all we have to do is help her manage her money. Is more than enough for her to live. So I also have learned from it, and I've started my own journey with buying property. I'm moving on. Some with my husband, some, maybe on my own. And as a woman, you can do it. That's
fantastic. Thank you so much. So it's never too early. It's also never too late. And I also love the fact that it could potentially be a long-term care plan for yourself later in life. I think that's a fantastic takeaway. So, Bidemi, you shifted from architecture. I don't know why all of us keep running away from architecture, but now that you're in real estate, development director at UPDC, can you tell us some of the challenges you have been through in your career to even get you to this stage?
Hello, okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Like Deborah said, I started my professional career as an architect. Like Deborah, very early on, I realized that as much as I liked the design of the building, I was more interested in the structuring of the deal and in part also in the financing, because I thought, wow, that's what money is. And like Deborah, I kind of grew up organically. So I went from architecture to project management to development management and then to being executive director. And I did it, by studying, by doing a master's, by doing continuous professional development, by asking when I felt I needed to make the next move. Interestingly enough, Deborah and I both worked at UPDC. She was the MD or the acting MD at the time, and I was the development director. And I remember like 3 or 4 months into my role there, I called Deborah and I said, Deborah, I want to be an executive director. and she was like, yeah, I think that's a good idea. And this was like in the first 3-4 months. And she said, okay, let's talk about it. And then she said, talk to some of the other directors. So I called up all the other directors of the company, and I said to them, I want to be an executive director. What will it take to make me an executive director of the company? And they all said, yeah, you're just starting off, but, keep working hard. I said, yeah. I'm asking you, what do I need to do to be an executive director? So, I got tips from 1 or 2 people. I joined IOD. I started taking directorship courses. And then 6 months later, I called again. Hello. I want to be executive director again. What do I've done ABC. And they were like, yeah, yeah, don't worry, we're still listening to you. I said, okay, don't worry, I'll be back. And 6 months later again, call them all up again. I'm still here and I'm still very much interested in this role. And by the way, these are the things I've now developed and evolved in the year that we've been talking to A, B, C, D, E. And I think I'm rather competitive in the market now. So if I don't hear from you guys positively, I'll give you 6 months. And then I may be looking elsewhere. And luckily, within 6 months of that discussion, and I spoke to the chair of the remuneration committee, and I was appointed as an ED to the company. So I think the first thing that I always advise my younger friends and people is, don't be afraid to ask and ask and ask and keep asking until you get what you want. And don't be afraid to ask when you're not competent or ready or perfect. Let them tell you what additional skills you need to rise, and then make whatever efforts or steps that you can to get these skills. And not everything has to be structured, as in going for a master's or a PhD. Some of it is just attending an online course or webinar or a seminar, just so that you understand the broad issues that you need to know. A lot of these things, you will never be the one actually doing the work. But as long as you understand the issue and you have an opinion or a strategic thought process that you can add to the discussion, it's amazing how people all of a sudden think you really know what you're talking about. Whereas all you've done is the night before read an article, you understand the key points of the issue, and then you come there and you speak knowledgeably about the issue. So don't always feel the need to be the most competent or the smartest or the most knowledgeable person. It's not that. It's literally just having 1 or 2 key points and expanding on it when you get there. Because I switched from architecture to property and development management quite early in my career. So I found that I was in the UK, I was in my mid-20s, and I was like a very young lady leading very senior older men, because development managers typically lead the development team. And so I had, by then I moved from what I called a more gender-neutral profession, like architecture, to a more male-dominated and less sophisticated profession, like development. And I hate to use that word, but it's the reality. Architecture seems to be a bit more intellectual, whereas development seems to attract people who come up through the ranks of laborers, et cetera, et cetera. So you get MDs of large, UK home development companies who probably didn't go to university. So their approach tends to be very, very aggressive, very forceful. And I remember one of the challenges that I faced when I started leading those sort of teams was feeling the need to be just as forceful and just as aggressive in order to get my points across. And I've actually found that very exhausting. I didn't particularly enjoy it. And it took a while for me to kind of get my feet. But one of the things that one of the directors said to me at the time was that, I mean, he said to me, "You're young, so the reality is that they are more experienced than you. Forget it. They will come to a table with an argument, they will know, they will have tricks that they will use to circumvent your decision, etc." He said, why not think about them as your advisors? They're part of your team, and it's not confrontational. It's supposed to be more dialogue and discussion. So I actually changed my mindset. And I went to my meetings thinking, actually, my job here is not so much to have the answers. My job is actually to create the environment where they can speak and give me the answers that I need. So I found that shift in mindset actually made my life so much easier. And there was very little need to be forceful because, you know, when someone asked me a question, I'm like, yeah, but that's your job. Your job is to tell me the answer. You answer, I mean, like, you have the answer. I'm here to create the framework, and you're here to give me an answer to respond to the issues. So I started leveraging off that and started saying, you're the professional. Tell me the answer. And I found that made my life so much easier, and it actually made them respect me more because they didn't see me as someone who was trying to prove a point to them. They just saw me as, you know, this role is what she's doing. She's created the framework, which is all we need from her, and she's giving us the space to do her work. So I found that very, very helpful, that shift in mindset. And then thirdly, which is something I feel, I guess most women feel in the workplace here, is sexism. When I moved back to Nigeria in my early 30s, I would go to meetings with my junior colleagues, and you get in there, you know, the other side of the table will be all men, and they will literally greet all the men, and then they're like, hey, you know, like, you're the assistant, so you can just sit down there. And then they'd start the meeting and start talking. And I've always been in the corporate world, so it always be very formal. And then the young men or my colleagues would kind of be like, she's kind of the person you need to talk to. And I found that, I guess maybe because I'd been working in that role for a while, I didn't actually take it personally. I just sat and said, eventually you will come back to me. You know, so eventually what would happen is the meeting would start and they would be like, oh, madam, I'm so sorry, you know, blah, blah. I'm like, oh, no worries at all. In fact, I just enjoy coming understated into the meeting and getting the ability to settle in before you actually start talking. So I guess for me is don't take things personally. It's not personal. There are a lot of, you know, ideas that people have grown up with that we challenge unintentionally, and it's not about you. So don't leave those meetings upset that no one said good afternoon or no one greeted you as you were walking in. Once you get there and you're sitting on the table and you start to speak, I think everyone sees the value that you bring. So it's something you just have to accept, but you know that over time it will change.
Fantastic.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Bidemi. Lots of little nuggets there. So, Dr. Sanda, we hear that you are a very deliberate real estate investor. So now, can you share with us some of the key lessons you've learned in your real estate journey? And what advice would you give to our prospective, soon-to-be investors or additional investors here in the audience?
Okay. All right, thank you. I'm not an architect. Neither am I in the real estate world, so to speak. I'm a finance expert. And I must say that I joined real estate investments pretty late. So in my career, I've had access to funds, to different investment opportunities. I was the go-to person when friends, families need money. I will show them the right rope, where to get cheap funds. And yet I had no property.
And sometimes in 2019, a junior colleague of mine, the year before, had borrowed money, seed capital, to do a mortgage for himself. And he purposely started paying back without interest within a year. And he returned and he asked me. And he said, sis, do you have a property? And I was like, what for? He said, you should have one. And my question was, we already have one in my husband's name. I'm not sure I need one. He said, you should have one, even if not for you, maybe for your children. It's an investment opportunity. And that was when I started looking into the various opportunities that was within the real estate environment. Of course, there was some kickback in the home. Do you want to compete with me? Why do you need one? And I had to be a bit forceful about it. That's the honest truth. But I must say that as a female, we tend to subordinate ourselves a lot. Even when we have the funds, we have the investment, we have the funds available, we have the right ropes to get there, we still feel that maybe we're not worthy to have one. And I think that reorientation, that paradigm shift must happen. We can't start much early. And I would say that from that experience to date, I have been very purposeful with my investments. I have started into real estate. Now I'm eager to know what are the opportunities that are there, what are the risks, what are the mitigants, what kind of investment should I do. And I'm here today, actually, I wasn't supposed to be speaking here, but she said, no, you need to speak before you leave. And that's, I want to say that as female in different workplace, I actually shared one of my work experience with her a while back. So I work in a male-dominated organization. I would say about 70 to 80% male in the organization. And I'm the only female on my board and the youngest. And based on my experience with work and also engaging with more senior male, you see that a lot of us has this imposter syndrome. And in trying to pass across our vision, our passion, we come across a bit too forceful. I've learned to use more of emotional intelligence to explain myself, to engage my senior colleagues and also within my team members. So, don't let me digress too much, but in terms of investment, I think as ladies, as young women, old women, we must be purposeful about it. We must deliberately start investing, not just for now, but for the retirement age. And if you look at the young people coming up these days, they are more intentional about themselves. We have neglected ourselves for a very long time, and it's the right time to look for opportunities that we should invest in. So I'll leave my
Thank you. Thank you so much. So I hope you are all preparing your questions. But what Dr. Sanders said actually reminded me of a conversation that Mrs. Olanini and I had. So please, I want you to share the guidance that you have for married women who are seeking to get into the property ladder, either maybe with their husbands, like Dr. Tanda, or with their friends, for example. What guidance would you give us? And please be preparing your questions as she speaks.
Look, what should guide young women? Because looking back now, I think my first child is 33 or 34. Looking back at when I started the journey, I realized that because of our culture, women really, you are not expected to own property. Even in agriculture, in so many, all the regions of Nigeria, most of them, they think as a woman you can't own land. You can only go and farm on your husband's land to support him. Like I mentioned to her, at the time women couldn't even bill people in Nigeria. So women have always been seen as, maybe subordinate. You are not expected to do some things because of the culture, but that's changing fast. And I think we can accelerate that, by making ourselves stronger women and support systems for other women. For you to convince, I will go back again and start with my mom. I remember the property she had, the first property. There was a bit of trouble at home. I was a little girl, but I knew something was wrong then. And I asked, I wanted to know what it was. And she said, well, this cooperative they were doing, the women there helped one another. The place they even got the land was not a high-value area. But, just women. Some took theirs for farmland. Some said they were going to build. And after a few years, she got a facility to build hers. But there was a lot of tension in the home. And I was too young to understand what it was. But when it was my time to start, and there was trouble, I went back home, and my mom said, well, you were a little girl. You remember one heated argument? It was because of property. But that, today, she's happy she stood her ground to keep that property. And that now that she's much older, it's something that has affected her self-esteem. She feels she's someone because at least she has that property. And believe me, she ceded that property to us. You won't imagine how much we sold it. It's not even in Lagos, but it attracted so much money. And we shared it, and it was a good start for us. And every day, we talk, we bless her because she let that happen. So you have to be intentional. You have to, be diplomatic, but you have to kind of stand your ground. And one thing I think works is you look, especially if the man has sisters and a daughter, you should say, if your daughter had an opportunity or your sister had an opportunity and their spouses stood in the way, how would you feel? You're robbing someone of their future, or what should be theirs? That question always it sinks deep. And I think it's one strategy that works. And then over the years, I've also realized, because the pension system here, with the inflation, with the drop in currency, I don't think people can survive comfortably on pension, except maybe those who are in the oil and gas, who earn quite a lot. So think of your future, because there are some age-related diseases, things that you really cannot help, and you need money to take care of yourself. So anytime you want to slow down or get carried away, just remember that the future is right ahead of you. And you don't want to get old and be tied to the strings, the aprons of your children, because they have their own challenges. They have their own issues. So if you've not invested in anything, try and do it. And at the back of your mind, look at it as if it's your future. A lot of women, were emotional. And out of fear, well, I don't want trouble at home. Let it go. Look, if the trouble doesn't come then and you manage it, it's going to stir up much later when you're helpless. We always pray for things to work out well. But due to no plan of some married women, later on in their lives, they could become widows at an earlier age. The marriage may not work, and when they're old and can't do much, the partner calls for a divorce. And you are at the mercy of a man, and sometimes, most women get debased. But another thing I've realized is, if your self-esteem is high, you set your bars, you earn your respect, and it's at the back of everybody's mind that, look, I can't throw her to the streets. She'll somehow survive. And that's where you earn a bit of respect. And another thing you should always think of, if you don't start your investment journey because, you don't want to rock the boat, your daughters are looking at you, your younger sisters are looking at you, and it's like, okay, she's not doing anything and she's happy. They won't do anything too. So what you want to build is a legacy, generations of successful women. Right from now, I have 2 granddaughters. The older one, she has a piggy bank, and I tell her, everything you have, put in there. And I told my daughter that whatever she saved, you can incentivize her by saying, I'll give you double of it. Those are the subtle ways you make them build wealth. And once your daughter is confident that she can save money and she sees what she's done with it, either at Christmas or, get herself something good, she'll be confident. Because most of us go into relationships seeing ourselves as the lesser being. And I think marriage, union is about happiness of both parties, not you losing yourself completely in it. That's why you see a lot of women, they come out and some of them are depressed because they go with so much expectations that once I'm under your umbrella, everything flows. You can't imagine how happy husbands of successful women are sometimes because you are the one that is their fallback. I've seen a very successful man collapse. His empire collapsed and it was the woman that stood up for him. So if there's an issue, the questions you ask, would you want someone to stand in the way of your daughter that you love so much? Look, men can't, once you mention their daughter, a lot of things come into their minds and then they step it down for you. So that works, yes. And if your children, you have maybe older girls, talk to them about it too. Everybody needs to be secure. So it's not really for you alone. Your children and generations to come. I know of a family, there are 3 generations, they have a fund now, like they put together what their grandmother left for them. So all the granddaughters put things into it, and anytime anyone needs financial support, you can borrow from the fund and return there. So think of your future. Don't get too emotional because men have a way. Sometimes when they rattle you a bit, they know you will step down.
Thank you very much.
Don't.
Thank you so much. Any questions from the audience? One thing I'd like to add while we are waiting for questions from the audience is if you are, this is amazing advice for you doing it on your own, but if you are going to do it with your husband, please don't put money into something and then let the house be in your husband's name alone. Make sure your name is on those papers. If it's an investment property and there's income coming from it, it should go into your joint account. Okay? So we just need to speak up a lot more and make sure that if you're putting some money into something, you also have your name on it, and any income that's coming from it goes into an account that also has your name on it. Okay? Any questions from the audience? We have a question at the back. We probably have only time to take maybe 2 questions. So one from this lady and one from the lady over there.
Hello.
Yeah. Okay, the lady at the back with the glasses. Okay, is there a question online? Okay. Can you write it out?
Thank you. My name is Victoria, and it's been a very impactful session, I must confess. Thank you, everyone. My question is this. I want this, the organizer of this conference to please be attentive to this, because I would say maybe you're lucky. It's not out there. It's not as simple as that. Saving is tough. It's very tough. And as a woman, you're married. Aside from your own needs, you have to take care. There's so many things hanging. So building up that experience, it's no longer business as usual. You have those privileges. And I really want us to take this further for the organizer of this event to project a voice that ladies in a workplace, women in a workplace should be given opportunities to grow. You can see it's people coming tough in their voices, in their utterances, is because they see the plight that awaits them in their old age. So right there at work, there is, what is the need for me? You want me to bring in all my best in here. By the time I get out of here, what do I settle for? Why I'm saying this is because there are no opportunities like that when you're in a workplace, and it's not everybody that can shift jobs. It's not. It might work for you, it might not work for others. I shift job a lot. 2 years, I don't see myself staying in a place more than 2 years. Yes.
She used to work with me. I can confirm this.
So for me to sit down, if I'm talking, Deborah will be, Victoria, are you fighting with someone? It took her a long time to realize that this is how Victoria speaks. And people come for various aspects. I will cut it short. But what I'm trying to say is that in a workplace, employers should realize that there are dreams, aspirations, fear. And more importantly is the fact that whatever it is you are projecting as opportunity to others should start from in-house. We are all realtors. Whatever commission that is due, that is only where you can build revenue, you can build savings to buy all these properties. They don't come cheap, and you agree with me. So I do hope taking it from here, our employers should realize that we want to succeed, and everything has to do with money. Aside from the salary, it's just not, but because the opportunities are there, these opportunities also must be given. Thank you.
Hello, I'm sorry but it's important I respond to you. Being an employer. And the truth about it is that we need people to be advocates and also to request what they need. As a senior partner at PwC, I ask my people what they want. A lot of times people just sit there and moan. They don't realize they have a voice. But you have a voice. You said a lot of things today. And what I would want you to do is get a group of you together. It's not necessarily about certain things. What are you guys willing to do to get it? Simple things. So for example, property. In our company, I work at PwC. For PwC, for example, 7, 8, 9 years ago, when our staff were coming, Malale, we need this, we want this, we want it, and I thought, okay, what are we going to do? Eventually put a plan together. A lot of them now have properties, but we started small. And by the time we did the first pilot, a lot of people were, when we brought it out, people were afraid. People were like, where did you get these people from? Everyone. But when the first people did this, and they got in, by the time we did the next pilot, I can show you, it was oversubscribed. But you have to make that request. Simple things, even things like banks coming together. But you also have to have responsibility. Because I've had situations who signed guarantee for this staff there, and the staff has jackpot and disappeared. And it's making us have a bad name. So you have a voice, but you need to do it, but it has to be a deal. So if you want something, what can you give us in return for it? Thank you.
Okay, so we have a question online. It says, I see that path switching is very common. I am a lawyer, but I do not think I am interested in path switching, but I am interested in real estate and property. Do you think I will be able to handle both properly? You're a woman, you can handle anything. I think that's a simple answer, but yes, you can. I think it's just about managing time, but I'll hand over to Bidemi. I think she wants to take that.
Yeah, I think we've all been talking about strategies for investment. And one of the things I think we undervalue is our intellectual capital. She's a lawyer, and if there's one thing I know is lawyer cash. Why not take it as a stake in the asset? My first real estate acquisition in Nigeria was not because I had the money, but because people kept asking me for advice. And of course, I was taught to be as nice and as helpful as I could be. So, I would go for lunch meetings where I would sit down explaining how to structure the transaction to the person, and you'd get lunch out of it. And then, you get lunch. That was it. Or a glass of wine. And they would be so thankful. And they'd be like, oh, you're such a nice person. And I thought, yeah, I am. But gosh, it's not making me any money. And eventually, I went to one of these lunch meetings. And, you get the typical advice questions. And I just said, well, you know what? I can see that you have a real need for a real estate advisor. I mean, this thing requires a lot of thought and time, and it's not something that I can do. So why don't we just do a deal here where your development it was about 60 or 70 plots. I said, I will work for free. I will work for as long as I need to, but what I will take from it is one of the plots. And, go back, think about it. Whatever I need to do, I will do it, but my take-home is the plot. I want it. And that's how I worked with this developer for about a year and a half, and I got a 500 square meter plot of land out of it. And it made me realize that we're often brought up to be nice and helpful, and men are so good at buying you lunch. And... and you just think that, okay, well, all my advice is worth, lunch. And I thought, of course not. It's worth a hell of more. So for lawyers, you guys are in a very good position to capitalize your intellectual knowledge and take stakes in transaction. And that, for me, is something she can do today.
Excellent. Yeah. Excellent advice. Not just for this lady, but for all of you who have skills somewhere, please exchange this for a plot. All right. Thank you so much to my panelists. It's been fantastic. Unfortunately, we've run out of time. Oh, okay. So I think we'll just take one quick comment from Mrs. Olulade.
Okay, no problem. I was going to say, when you said you should have your name on the property with your husband, it's not just your name. It's your first name and your last name. Because anybody can be Mrs. Anybody. Yeah, well, if you want, you can even put your maiden name in brackets. So they know the exact person that is being referred to. That is, yeah. And another thing I wanted to talk about is that we can all leverage on other people's money. So who do you know that needs to buy a property? Who do you know that needs to lease a property, let a property? Who do you know that wants to sell a property? So you can act as an agent and get a commission. You can use that to develop your own portfolio. So from the commission you get, you put it all together and you buy your own property and you start. So you can leverage on other people's about that.
Yes. Can we please celebrate these powerful women? Do you? Amazing. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you for being vulnerable. Thank you for sharing your stories. We've been inspired, and we will go back to do what we need to do. Okay, so we're going to take pictures now. Can we please celebrate them as they take gorgeous pictures? Please don't go yet. Please don't go yet. Okay. Okay, we also have gifts for the panelists. Yes, thank you. It will be presented by
Please, just a second. We need to present you with gifts. Okay, let me calm down. We'll do it this way. So thank you very much. And on behalf of LearnHub and the entire WWR team, we say thank you for... Okay. Okay. Ms. Folusho Olaniyo. Thank you so much for coming and thanks for that very powerful, insightful session. Okay. Okay. To Dr. Mrs. Tinuade Sonda, very impromptu, but thank you so much for coming and for that very insightful presentation. Thank you. So, to our compare, the one who made it all come together nicely. Thank you so much, Debbie. My dear Mrs. Mosumola Olulade, I love her so much, and I think she gave us a very thoughtful closing takeout. That name thing is very important. Thank you so much, Samusu. The lady who asked for what she wants, my goodness, that is the height of being intentional. Thank you so much for that impactful presentation. And thank you for listening. So get ready for more.
Please, can we celebrate Memini? Thank you so much, Ma. I don't know, I think we can just do like an ovation to celebrate the panelists again, please. Let's stand to our feet. Women, please, let's just do this and celebrate them with so much love and smiles. Thank you so much. We appreciate you and we celebrate you. And for those who had questions that we're not able to take, we apologize. We have another panel session, so we will take that there. And I would advise that you write your questions, if you do not mind, and then pass them to the hostesses so that they could put the questions together and we know how much we have and how much time we have to deal with. Please, can you celebrate yourselves? You all have been wonderful. All the women over there, what's going on? Can you please celebrate yourselves? Amazing. Okay, our time is far spent. Stanbic IBTC, are they here? Okay, yeah. So we're going to invite them to do a quick product offering presentation. I want us to welcome them as they come. Please, can we celebrate them? Please keep celebrating till they come here. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. It's been a privilege being here. Being a man here today has not been very easy. I must mention that, yeah, but the new men were very, very friendly and supportive. We want you to thrive is our goal. just to say that on behalf of all the men. All right, we have only 5 minutes. I'll be very, very fast. Okay. So just a brief, let's go. Okay, just a brief about Stanbic IBTC. I'm sure we already know the brand. We're a member of the Standard Bank Group, and this is just like a holistic picture of what we are as a brand here in Nigeria. We're a universal bank. We are all over the world, in quote, and we are very present in Africa. Africa is our home, and we drive its growth. We have over 160 years experience in the financial space, and cut across various African countries, about 20 in number, about 101 branches across Africa as well. And yeah, we have a partner in ICBC who has about 20% shareholding in our space as well. That's the biggest bank in China. Let's go. 5 minutes is quite short, so I'm trying to just be too fast. Next slide. Let's go to the next slide. The next one. All right. Like I said, we're a universal bank. Our product offering goes across all of the various businesses in the financial space, from the pension space, the asset management, investment, and of course, banking, core banking, then the pension fund administration as well. We are a credit to grave business. So basically, we're here from when you were born to when you are about to leave. That's from the kids savings account to retirement savings account as well. We're all around for you. Let me go to the product. I'm really sorry. I'm going to go to product straight. Okay, so for this session, we want to talk more on our Blue Blossom products, which is what's tailored for women inclusion, and just to support you, help you grow your business, to help you meet those financial needs in your business space. Now, for the Blue Blossom product, it's for people who, of course, are above 18 years of age, for small and medium scale businesses. So if you have a business that's tied to your name as a sole proprietor or as a partner, you can be key into this product. Sorry. So it requires you to go back to that slide. It requires you to have a minimum 50% shareholding in the business to be onboarded into this Blue Blossom product. So what that means is that even though you have a male partner and you have above 50% of the shareholding in that business, you can still have key into this product. What are the benefits of this product? It's basically for you to get a low cost to your current account or to your business account, in quote. Now it comes with a zero account maintenance fee. It means that while we are charging the men, we won't charge you. Let's clap to that, please. So yes, it means that you can run your account at a zero cost, basically, on maintenance. So yes, it's for inclusion. It's for you to be able to run your business smoothly. It's support, really. It's really just support for your business. So we have a lot of capacity building sessions that are tied to this product as well. It means that once you have this product, you can key into all our various sessions that are tied to capacity building. For example, we have an exhibition coming up in April 15th for people who are in this product, and you can come there and showcase your products. If you're an architect, if you are a real estate person, if you sell small shops, whatever you do, there's no limits to what you can actually showcase in that exhibition. Yeah, so we have branded checks as well. We have brand mastercards tied to that product. Then you get the 50% collection on management fees for all loans in that product. So if you were a man and you had a business and you took the loan with us, you will get 100%. But if you're a woman, it means you get half the price. So still supporting women in these businesses. For SME Lite is our short-term loan product. You get a 5% concession on SME Lite products. So let's say, for example, the current charge is about 36% for the people who run regular businesses. If you have a Blue Blossom account, you will get a 31% discount. Means that you have 5% discount on that loan. So guys, I must really apologize because it's quite tight making this kind of presentation in 5 minutes. So I'm really sorry for how it's going. So yeah, these are like benefits of the product. Basically, just to summarize it, it comes with a lot of discounts for your business account once you key into the Blue Blossom products. So the similar healthcare, on the other hand, is loan products as short-term loans assigned to people who are in the healthcare space. So you own a pharmacy, you own a hospital, just things that have to do with the healthcare space. The next slide. Okay, so since we are in the real estate space at the moment, so we decided to put in the bit around assessing finance for your home assets. So we have no. Go back, please. Okay, yeah. So we have 3 different ways you can assess this sort of finance from home loans. We have the outright purchase, we have the equity release, and we have the off plan. We will be out there to give you much more details into how you can actually key into each of these and what's obtainable. I'll start with my colleague here, Ronke, to also direct you on that as well. So for the outright, it's basically about properties that you're purchasing outrightly. These are like various requirements. For equity release, the requirements are also there as well, but we'll give you more details when you come and meet us out there. Do we have the time? All right. So for
voice not loud enough? Or we can do the basic home loan, which requires that you bring in your cash asset to access that. But if you're doing that, there is a minimum equity requirement for that. And then just for information, the pension-backed mortgage only focuses on completed units. So, but for us as a mortgage lender, we're able to do all these other types of mortgage financing for you. Thank you.
All right.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. So RSA is retirement savings account. It's a pension type of account that is open for every employee who is in active employment, and it could also be opened by individuals who are business owners. Now, under the contributory pension scheme that was launched, employers are mandated to open those type of accounts for their employees, provided you have more than 5 employees. Now, PENCOM has gone ahead as a last year to say, for those of us that have been contributors under that scheme and we have a balance, we can unlock up to 25% of the total balance towards equity deposit with a mortgage lender to buy a house. And that can be done in any state. However, there are terms and conditions to access that, one of which is it must be a completed unit, there must be evidence of your equity contribution, there must be a repayment plan, and of course, you must have been a contributor on that scheme to unlock your RSA balance. Thank you.
All right, just to run it up really, we're out here for you, so you can come and meet us and engage us directly on each of the products that you feel you want us to give you more details about. And thank you very much. I'm quite sorry, yeah.
Thank you very much, Stanbic IBTC. We are fast spent in time and we need to move. So we're starting the second panel discussion now. The topic is technology and markets, using technology as a tool to enable wealth and asset parity in real estate. Okay, so I'm just going to call up the moderator right now. I want us to please make welcome Omobolanle Adekoya. Please, can we celebrate her as she comes here for the second panel discussion? She's going to invite her other panelists Please, can we, are we getting tired? We have more powerful women that you haven't even heard. Okay, please, smiles as well. Amazing, okay.
Hello. Okay, you can hear me now. Good afternoon, everyone. Good to see you all. So we're going to be talking about tech, as a tool to enable wealth, gender parity. So we have a few panelists here today, and I'm very glad to be able to invite them. So I would like to invite Folusho Badamosi, who is an executive director of Junior Achievement Nigeria. She is a tech guru, and she does a lot of things around social entrepreneurship and a few other things. So welcome her, as well as Modele Ajayi Bembe, who as well is who's Liver End by Construct, and she's the COO. You can imagine, so you have an ED, you have a COO in there as well. And myself, for those who don't know me, I'm Bolanle Adekoya, and I'm a senior partner at PwC. And I'm very happy to be here. I head the capital market team. Okay, this is one of the things that annoys me. Oh, all this technology thing, because I know the reason why this thing is going off is because the antenna is far away from where this mic is. So we've learned a lot today, and I hope that you guys have taken a lot of things. But one of the things that I'm sure in the midst of the conversations that's happened about growing wealth and how real estate is a great part of wealth is actually the role of technology in there. Because it's not necessarily just sort of buying landed properties or buildings and everything, but how can you start and how can you take opportunities, take hold of opportunities that tech provides in there. And then for those of you who would have been around for the keynote speaker's address, she did talk about some of the ideas around blockchain, what people are using in there. So I want to start. I'm going to start with you, Modele. We've heard a lot today. And we've also heard a lot today about cultural biases and discriminatory practices that happens. But how can we really take advantage of real estate opportunities using tech? So when we talk about things like prop tech, which we've heard about today. You want to give me this one? Okay. Yeah, so how do we take hold of the opportunities that are available in real estate and tech, given the biases and everything that we've heard of today?
All right, good afternoon, everyone. I'm really delighted to be here today. So I believe these biases, these cultural biases and stereotypes really started when we were younger, from our schools and even at home as well. I remember when I was in school, there were certain subjects that were more associated with boys, like technical drawing and engineering. And then with women, the food and nutrition and home economic classes were filled with females, and even at home, you find among siblings, females were more required to, perform domestic chores than boys. And we find that, these arcs start to define us as women, and we start to form a bias in our own minds as well, and then we start to harness the perception that, women should be less interested in certain fields and subjects. And, by the time we get to uni, we're not, we've already decided not to pursue degrees in some of these fields like real estate and tech as well. And so, the bias continues even when you get to a certain age. The hot question is, when are you getting married? No one is asking you, when do you intend to make partner, or when do you intend to be a co-founder or a founder, or when do you plan to do your MBA? And it just continues, and this unconscious biases, I think, has also contributed to, the underrepresentation in real estate and in tech, right? And, it goes on and on, really. However, I feel like, as more women like ourselves, start to take on some of these roles, and show that it can be done and prove that it can be done, by supporting each other, providing mentorship as well, it will inspire more women, to come into real estate as well. And then we can start to build a pipeline, of more women in real estate and in tech.
Thank you, Modele. That was a good intro into the technology side of real estate. Because, as you said, if you don't deal with the mind and also create opportunities for women to support each other and be examples, nothing will happen. So that brings on to my next question to you, Folusho. Earlier on we heard about prop tech. So let's deal with that. What is prop tech really, and how can we take advantage of prop tech to bridge that gender gap, wealth gap when it comes to real estate in that sense?
Okay. All right. Good afternoon again, everyone. It's a real pleasure to be here. Thank you for having me. So prop tech is exactly what it says. It's property and technology, which is essentially how do we use technology to improve, the whole space of real estate, property, and all of that. I mean, is there anybody in this room that doesn't have a banking app on their phone? Anyone? All of you have banking apps? Yeah, are you sure? You don't have one? Okay, just one out of plenty. So you're like an outlier, so we'll talk later. But the point I'm making here is that all these terms sound very fancy, but they're not really as fancy as they really sound. It's really simple. How do we solve problems within the sector using technology? And there's so many different examples. I'm not going to go too extreme and talk about things like AI and all of that, because I think that let's even take one small step forward before we go so far, because for some people in this room, that might sound like, those things are scary. But I think that what we can really start with is mentorship, and I'm going to give you the reason why. So there's a lovely young lady that spoke to me. I'm assuming that she's young, at least she's younger than me. And, she's a lady that is in technology, and she came up to me and we were talking. And I think many of us here need to have cross-mentorship. There's many of you here that are very experienced. You have a lot of, corporate or business experience. And there's a lot of young women out there who, they know technology. Do you understand? So why don't we just put them under our wing, ask them to help us with research, ask them to give us ideas about things that, we can do, because they have it as an expertise. I always say that so many of us here have young children, younger people, they're not necessarily smarter than all of us. They just have technology. They were born in the digital age. So the things that you and I had to go to the library and go and be looking for books for, all they need to do is twinkle their fingers and they have it, right? So it's not about anybody being smarter than you and, you being afraid of technology. It is a tool. My phone is useless if I put nothing in it, right? Your banking app is useless if you don't use it. It's just on your phone taking up space. So I'm just trying to get to the point where we all realize that we actually shouldn't have a fear of technology, because I think that's the major issues that many women have. When you hear technology, you're like, I beg you. Many women tell me, I'm not even on social media. Those things my children are doing, I don't know what they are. No, please, stop saying those things. Find simple solution. I'm not going to talk too much. There are many young ladies in this room. They know how to do those things. Just smile at some of them. Say, hello, lovely young lady. Do you know technology? I know this. Can we get together and be friends? And don't buy them lunch. Do you understand? Because somebody already threw shade. After the lunch, they have to go to the gym. The point is, you can give yourself a nice cross-mentorship relationship. You are pouring into them. They are pouring into you. And we live in a happy world. Amen.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Felicia. The interesting thing about it, earlier on in Deborah's panel, so some of the things we talked about, investments, and, the lady that was talking about opportunities. Not everyone is open to opportunities. But do you know that you can actually do things like crowdfunding? Do you know that that's part of it? That is part of technology in wealth. You can do things like finding, so when people have opportunities, maybe you have an opportunity to buy land, or you're looking for funding or something along those. Apart from the crowdfunding, you can do it in blocks, in units, create things that people can actually have, and in there. You can use technology to even, wealth management. Did you know that you can use, we talked about things like savings in there. So I'm into capital markets, and we see all sorts of products that come up. But guess what? As women, because we understand our psyche, which is, I'm going to come to my next question for Modele, because we know our psyche, we actually need women who understand these things in technology and wealth and real estate to actually create products that would appeal to women and deal with those fear factors, or, sort of the things that appeal to us in that sense. So that brings me to my next question. So we've talked about, Felicia talked about PropTech, I talked a little bit about it. So what opportunities in PropTech do we have, and how can we encourage more women to pursue careers in real estate using PropTech? So the things that you've seen happen, given your work.
All right, thank you for that. So like Felicia said, PropTech is simply, enabling real estate using technology. So when you start to automate processes in real estate and real estate services, you're creating potential opportunities for innovation. And then at that point, the opportunities become endless. So for example, at Construct, we're in the construction space, and we're using technology to enable the construction space. And we do that by, cutting costs in construction and driving efficiency in the procurement process, and there's so many other, subsectors in real estate that tech can be used to solve problems, from facility management. You touched on crowdfunding. You're able to invest in real estate by, purchasing fractional pieces in real estate if you can't afford to buy, the entire thing. The rental space is also, there's high demand for that as well. There are opportunities for you to invest in shared spaces, and for you to, there are also monthly options for you to pay for rent monthly as well. So the opportunities are enormous, and there's a lot of room for new players to come in as well. And one of the advantages of technology and technology in general, even regardless of the industry it's used to harness, is that it doesn't recognize gender, right? The moment you start to automate processes, you're replacing the human elements that breeds bias, right? And by doing that, you're breaking any gender walls or any biases, and that's encouraging in itself. But there are also funding opportunities. If you're looking at coming to the PropTech space, particularly for women as well. So it's a lot more easier now for women to decide to start businesses and attain financial independence. We're starting to see more women-focused initiatives and VC funds now coming up. And they're empowering women by, giving them access to funding opportunities, to networking opportunities, and partnerships and mentorships as well. We have the likes of Rising Tide. We have the likes of Shecluded. They're doing these, they're advocating for women, and even, even other VC funds that are not particularly women-focused, they're also becoming big on diversity and inclusion. They're starting to, we find that their investment pillars are starting to include the need for you to show that, your core values are big on diversity and inclusion. They're starting to ask questions like, what's the percentage of women in your team? They're starting to ask from your C-suite team what percentage are women as well. So that's also encouraging. But even beyond all of that, I feel like the best way that we can encourage more women to come into the industry is by showing support for the industry, and that, includes, being intentional about sharing awareness about what is happening in PropTech, adopting the products, actually using the products that are being developed, giving validation to the products, and then patronizing, some of the women-focused and women-led businesses. We have the likes of Go Smart Value, for example. They are focused on providing insights for, valuable insights for you to make, real estate investment decisions. We have the likes of Yalo. They are focused on prioritizing women by giving them rental loans. Women that can't afford to pay their rent annually, they prioritize women and give them, the opportunity to pay for loans monthly as well. So, there's a lot happening that is, focused on advocating for women. So I believe if us in the industry, the moment we start to show other women that if they come into the industry, they will get support, they will get mentorship, they will get adoption, and even, by leveraging platforms like WWR, where we're, sharing our success stories, that will encourage more women, to come into the PropTech space.
Thank you so much, Modele. I hope we heard all this. So VC, so the venture capitalists are bringing out funding. So it doesn't have to be your money. Did you hear that? It doesn't have to be your money. It doesn't have to be going and having landed property. And you can invest in property through facilities management, rental income, small, different opportunities to do that. The fact is, let us just start. Let's start. Having said all that, We also know that there are dangers around technology as well, because people can abuse certain things, especially when we don't know. And, you know, it'd be good, Felicia, if you can sort of give us some of these things that we should also watch out for, you know, that you've seen as, you know, given your career as well, and what can happen as well.
Okay. So the dangers in prop tech, property technology, are the same dangers in technology, period, right? And nobody here is saying they won't use technology because of the dangers, right? Is there anybody here who says that they don't use, like you don't use a smartphone, you don't have email because you think that your email address might get hacked into and all of that? We all, you know, we all still use it, and we're mindful. I think that, so because I know that many of us women already kind of have like a fear of technology. I don't want to over dive into it, in the sense that I will simply say that every risk associated with property technology is the same risk associated with technology, period, all across the board. So the same way with your accounts and like your banking app or whatever, you don't have an easy pin that somebody can, you know, kind of break into. It's the same way that when you begin to use these technology tools for property, you should be very mindful about things like hacking. And what is hacking? It simply means that, you know, some very smart people somewhere have broken into your bank account or your email. So all of those things that you need to do to be very careful in life in general, because ladies and gentlemen, like 5 or 6. Hello, sirs. Ladies and gentlemen, whether we like it or not, technology is here to stay. It's not going anywhere. As in, we don't have a choice. So I really feel like we should actually, as women, I'll tell you what I think that we solve problems, right? I don't think anybody solves problems more than women. Half of us here, the time has gone over. We are recalculating school runs and things on our phone. Hello. I know some people on this stage, I won't mention their names. We know what we are doing. You understand? We are WhatsApping, saying, who can hook me up, who can help? That's what we do. So what we should be thinking about is how we, within the real estate space, can think about what women need. So for instance, there's somebody I met recently that does a pay small business, where people are able to, you know, pay, I think, monthly rents, as opposed to paying for a year or 2 years, because many people cannot afford it. What we should be doing as women is asking ourselves, what do women in this space need? What do women that want to come into this space need? And think about how we can solve the problem on that level, you know, as opposed to us, you know, kind of just focusing on all of the negatives. Sorry, I'm a very positive person. My mind always works positively, but I really believe that you ladies in here have the solutions, especially those that have already been in the real estate space, because you know what the challenges are. You know how women cannot access funding. You know how they cannot this, how they cannot that. How when they enter into a room, they are intimidated by the men. So why don't you think about ways that you can help those women solve those problems, remembering that 70% of our population in Nigeria are youth. Are you aware? So many of us in this room, we have been eliminated from that 70%. I didn't say anything about your age, I'm just saying. But you know what I mean. So the point I'm trying to make is that we can actually bring a lot of young women into the space intentionally, because you have the experience. They cannot buy your experience with money and with technology. You have it, they have their skills. So I think it's about us thinking about how we can actually solve more problems by thinking about what women need within the space from our experiences and being more intentional about leveraging those. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Felicia. So, no, we're going to open up for questions now. So if you have questions, please write them down or, you know, get them ready. You can give to the hostess. But one thing I just want to talk about whilst we're waiting for the questions to come up is all these things about sustainability and ESG. You know, so ESG is the economic, social, and governance that we're hearing, you know, and there's a lot of money, slush money, that's being sort of pulled out there. And we hear things around greenwashing. For those who don't know it, go and Google it. You'll see. There's a lot of funding that's coming out as a result of this. So, you know, so we're in Africa. You know, because of people watching online, we're in Africa, we're in Nigeria, and there are people all over Africa joining in. How can we take advantage of it? Because the thing about it is, as I said, you can enter into real estate not using your money. So what are the things you can do? So if any one of you wants to talk about it, you know, I'm happy to.
So I think that with anything that comes up that's new like that, I think it's about research, right? So ESG is huge. I mean, like you said, it's slush money. Is that what you called it?
Yes.
Slush money, right? I think it's really about researching. And is there anybody here who has tried ChatGPT? Anybody? My brethren, so many of us in the house. Please just go on. If you have not tried it, it's free. Well, sometimes it's not free when it's overloaded, but try and use it at the time when it's not overloaded. ChatGPT, just type in ChatGPT and you see the link. You can ask it any question. My daughter, I've had to stop her because I'm like, Auntie, you get yourself.
For developers, for all these constructions and the rest, is there any way we realtors can actually use the PropTech to track sales, to track balances, to track how our investors, they pay, so that we can always even remind them before the development company do that? So I will appreciate if that is obtainable on PropTech. Thank you.
So are you an estate agent or something? She's a real estate consultant, so how they can use PropTech to be able to track the investment, make people pay on time and all that.
All right, thank you for that question. So I'm aware of other software solutions that you can use. So you can definitely use, tech to track that in terms of doing when your receivables are coming in and when they're due. At Construct, one of the softwares we use for that is called QuickBooks. And we have a dashboard to see what receivables are due and when they're due. But in terms of using PropTech is simply so in relation to you now, you're a real estate, you're a realtor, correct? Yeah. So how you'd be able to leverage that is by seeing how you can use technology to leverage some of the things you're doing for sales, for example, or how you can use that to scale. But particularly to address your question, in terms of getting visibility on your receivables and, payments that are due, you can definitely use tech for that. Yeah? Tech.
Technology.
So you can use software applications like QuickBooks, for example. Yes.
So she mentioned QuickBooks as an example, but there are many out there. You just need to put the data on and it will work. Yeah? And we can talk more on it during the break. Yeah? There's software there. Okay, thank you so much, ladies. Apologies, it was quite lost, but hopefully we learned a lot. And so thank you to you, Felicia. Thank you to Modele. And we'll also be around during lunch if you have specific questions, and we can talk about opportunities that are there. And thank you to our online listeners as well. Thank you.
Or, thank you, Mom. Yes, it is. Okay. Thank you. Have we stopped clapping? Please put your hands together. Can we even give them an ovation? So I'm going to invite Mr. John, to give their gifts, and then we want to take as well. Please, can you join them? Can we keep clapping? Thank you. Amazing. That was amazing. Thank you so much for sharing. We have been deeply enlightened.
To Madam Omobolanle Adekoya. Thank you for being an inspiration to the women. Women need a lot of good examples, and you're one of them.
Thank you.
To Folusho Badamosi, my sister from afar. Nice time, and thank you for being a special woman as well. And to my personal favorite, Modele Ajayi Bembe, our CEO at Construct. Thank you for being an exemplary woman. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. John. Please, can we celebrate him? Thank you so much, wonderful panelists. That was amazing. We appreciate you. Okay, so we're just going to go to the final session for the day. It's the plenary 3, and our wonderful host is going to be talking about asset optimization, preservation, and estate planning, what you need to know. I'm not going to read her profile. You already know who she is. So please, can you celebrate and make welcome with me Tosin Ajose, the co-founder of LearnHub Africa.
Good afternoon, everyone. Please bear with me. I know we have spent a lot of time. I'm going to try to make this as interesting, as sharp, and as quick as possible. But this is where we're going to learn the hows, the whens, the what. All the other tips that we've learnt, add them to this one, and you are well on your way to becoming another of these amazing women that are living the life off of their real estate portfolio. My slides are not up yet, please. So someone was talking about how they started their journey to real estate investing many years ago. I'm a lawyer. I said this last year. I'm going to say it again. I'm a lawyer. I have quite a few years working in real estate, advising people on acquisition, financing, structuring deals, and all of that. But the very first 3 times I tried to buy real estate, I lost money. The very first 3 times I tried to buy real property, I lost money. It wasn't because I didn't know all the tricks or that I didn't know the law. But sometimes you need to know much more than that for these things to work. So we're going to be talking about, some of those elephants in the room this afternoon. My slides are still not up. Okay. So my journey with real estate started when I was about 10 years old. I like to tell stories because I'm a teacher. So my father started investing in real property when he was 27 years old. He continued to tell us that he built his first house when he was 27. And he was what many people would call a hustler. So he came to Lagos. He didn't have a father. You know all those parent stories. I came to Lagos. I did houseboy for some people. Yada, yada. How many people have heard those kind of stories? Your daddy, mommy, I lived in somebody's house. I worked for them. Yeah, so that was my dad. So he had hustled to build this portfolio of real estate. And here am I, 5 years, they started calling me baby lawyer. So when I became 10 and I was getting into secondary school, I was about 10, 11, my dad called me one day and said, this is the letter that the lawyer wrote for me for increment in rent. From now, you will be the one writing it. Just copy it and write it. Change the name, change the date, and all of that. So I was 11 when I started doing contracts, as a matter of fact. So I started writing letters, increment letters, then quick notices, then what else? I can't even remember. My sister is here. She's laughing. But that was how, my journey into real estate started. So I have how many years experience? About 3 decades experience. Okay. So we're going to be talking about asset optimization, asset preservation, and estate planning. What every woman needs to know. So everyone has been saying, start this journey, begin this journey, buy the property, blah, 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 blah. But there's a whole headache that comes after you started that journey that nobody has spoken about. Correct? Okay, good. So that's my job, to talk about the headaches after they've told you to buy and live the life. Sometimes you buy, you don't live the life. Oh. You buy litigation. Sometimes you buy problem. Sometimes you buy frustration. So we're going to be talking about some of those things this afternoon. Can we move to the first slide? So let me tell you a funny story. I'm going to confess. If you came last year, these slides might look familiar. Just pretend like you didn't see it. Pretend. Pretend like you didn't see it. So someone was saying that, women, we're always winging things. It was Folusha that was saying that you are messaging someone and saying, I'm going to pick my keys, hook me up. Okay, so let me tell you my own story. Planning this conference, I've not slept in about 4 days and dealing with all sorts of things. And my advisory council has been telling me, this is how we'll do it. You must do this, bring this person, do this one, change this, change that. I didn't have time to do my slides. I just said, we wing it. So if it's not perfect, please. That's the life of a woman. That's what we do, okay? So what to buy is driven by your why. What to buy is driven by your why. So they say you should buy. What are you buying? So whatever you're buying would always be driven by your why. So you must connect the what to the why. So why are you buying? Why should women buy real estate? Number one, because you have some money. For some women, it's because they have available capital. I remember the first time I met the chairman of our advisory council, we were having a conversation, and she was saying to me that many women, successful, have money, and all of that, they still don't even start this journey of real estate investing. Why? Is it because they don't have knowledge? Sometimes not. Many times because we just want to remain understated. You don't want anybody to know what you are doing. Real estate is a bit too glaring, too obvious. Oh, she's the one that owns that house down the street. She's the one that has this, has that. They would rather do the more, hidden, is with as an asset manager, nobody knows, they don't publish the names, blah, 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 blah. But yeah, some people have available capital, they still don't buy. So sometimes you buy because you have available capital. Sometimes you buy because you are looking for an investment outlet. You want returns. You want to multiply the money you have. I need to move very fast, so please forgive me. And some of you that came last year, you can teach the people that did not come. So capital appreciation is another one. You want to grow your wealth. You have 10 naira. You want that 10 naira to become 100 naira by the time you are 25. Imagine that you are 19 years old now. So you want to put it somewhere that you are sure that, value would appreciate. Sometimes for self-use, you need somewhere to live, to work, and so you decide that I don't want to rent, I just want to own my own property, live there, or I want to buy a space for my office. Sometimes you want passive or alternative income. The lady who gave the comment the other time and was talking about the fact that she works with Deborah was saying that she wants more money. And so she's looking at the opportunity to buy property. So she wants passive income because she's going to keep changing jobs and looking for better opportunities every 2 years. Okay. So financial freedom. The first panel, when one of the women was talking, she told us about her mother's story. And one of the things that resonated with me is that investments and wealth building, we must see it from the eye of legacy. Sometimes you won't do this because of yourself. You would do it because another generation of women, they're looking at you and they want to take example from you. So we do it because of financial freedom. Sometimes because of estate planning. So estate planning is not what I do is what I have when I die. Estate planning is what kind of life do I want my dependents to have when I'm gone? How am I going to enable them after I'm not here? So it's not about how do I share what I have, which is what a lot of people think estate planning is. It's about what kind of life do I want my dependents to have after I'm gone. Investment diversification. I already buy shares. I already have cash in bank. I have my pension fund. I want to do something else. And so let's throw in a few real estates in the mix. Inflation hedge. Those of you that are putting money in the pension funds, I hope you know we are getting poorer. So if you think that is that money that you are going to use, very many years down the line, sometimes it'll be useless. Some people have been contributing for 20 years. They have good paying jobs, and they've not accrued up to 10 million naira. Is that what is going to pay your bills many years down the line when you're in retirement? Maybe not. Okay, so final thing is any other purpose. Fill in the blanks. Whatever else your why is that is not here. Fill in. Next slide, please. So what you buy is also driven by your what. And what means what do you want to do with it? So I said sometimes you buy for self-use. You want to use it for office. You want to live there. So these are some of the things. You may be buying to hold, meaning I'm going to buy and leave this property to appreciate so that I can benefit from capital appreciation. Mr. Lani didn't tell us what the value of those her real property are. I wish that Deborah was bold enough to ask her, but that Deborah, she was not bold. I wish I was the one. I would have asked you. Exactly, the multiples. Okay, so that sometimes you fix You buy something that is, you know, not in good condition, dilapidated in some cases, so it comes at a good price. You renovate it, you put it on the market, you sell it. Or you can decide that you're going to just buy and sell. Speculative buying. Just wait and then put it on the market and sell at some higher value than what you bought. Sometimes you want to buy to lease. You want to buy and put tenants there and benefit from the rental income that you get from real property. Okay, and if you're doing this, also know that there's an underlying benefit of capital appreciation that is happening even though you are benefiting from the rental income. Sometimes you can buy, sell, and lease back. Right? So I buy, I give it to somebody else, and I'm hearing myself. It's very distracting. Sometimes you can buy, sell to somebody else, and then take ownership. So a lot of corporates do this sometimes when they want to release, you know, cash back to balance sheet. So they just buy, maybe they had bought something, they give it to somebody else, and then they are renting. This is some arrangement you can do for liquidity when you are the one using the property. Okay? So you can also buy and securitize. So what does that mean? You buy real property, break it into multiple units that different people can invest in. So this is just putting the capital market end of real estate in a very simplistic way. So let's go. No, sorry, stay on that slide. So for some of these whys, you see that I have some things written at the side. It's speaking to whether it is liquid or it's not a liquid option. So sometimes you are making that investment. Maybe you are in heavy need of cash. Your kids are already in uni and you're paying school fees every term, and so you need liquidity. So some of these options, some are mildly liquid, some are illiquid, and some are very liquid. So it depends on where you are, what stage you are in life, and what your liquidity needs are at the time. That should also influence the kind of choices you will make in terms of real estate. Okay, we can move to the next slide. What do I do with what I buy? So I've classified assets into hard assets and soft assets. So hard assets, you've bought brick and mortar. Maybe land or a building. Or you bought land and you've developed. So that's hard assets. So what do I do with what I buy? Sometimes it's not so easy a decision to take because there are many considerations that will determine what you do with what you buy. One thing that people underestimate is the cost of managing real property. You need to keep it in top form for you to get optimal value from it. So what is the cost of management? So you go and buy one 3-bedroom terrace in Ikoyi, and you think that after you buy that 3-bedroom terrace, that's the end. In one posh area where they pay service charge in dollars. After you now take the loan, and then you are paying interest rates, then the manager serves you every month with bill of $1,000 something, and they tell you that's the cost of the service. And all the other people that are there, they are not complaining. They just wake up every morning and they say, "Hi, neighbor," and they go in. And then you are like, "I've not even finished paying my loan." Which kind, you know? So sometimes you need to look beyond you have bought. What is it going to take you to actually continue to manage the property? So management is one. The other thing is returns. So when you're taking a decision, you need to understand that markets differ. So you go and buy one property somewhere in Ikeja, and that property is 60 million naira. But the rent in that neighborhood is 1.8 million. Sometimes you go and buy property in some place in Lekki. Not the Lekki, the Lekki down, where some of us live. So you will go and buy the property in Lekki down, and you're saying in the office, "Oh, I just bought a property in Lekki. What's my property in Lekki?" When they ask you, "How much is the rent?" It's 800,000 naira. Because that's what the going rate is in that market. And out of this 800,000 naira, they will still levy you. They say they are doing the road. Every homeowner is contributing 500,000 naira. So by the time you collect your 800,000 naira rent, you give the association 500,000 for the road. Some of these things are little things that we don't even look at when we're talking about buying. cost of maintenance. So sometimes management, and I think I need to differentiate, management is who is holding that portfolio down for you. Are you doing it yourself? Are you using an agent? When we were growing up, we used to hear one term like this. They used to call them, I'm sorry? Caretaker, yes. They used to say caretaker. All of a sudden now we are calling them facility managers. Please, do they do the same job? I don't know. Caretaker or facility manager? Oh, it's upgraded caretaker. Okay, fair enough. So what's the cost of management? Can you manage yourself? Sometimes you can. I'm sorry? Oh, right. Okay. FM is a technology, a facility manager is a technology-driven caretaker. Okay, fair enough. So the cost of management is what does it take for you to be on top of the issues relating to the property? Then maintenance is what does it take for you to keep it in top form? Do you have to paint? Are there structural issues that you need to, to take care of? So I remember, and I know some of you have this experience, when you move into a new house, sometimes for the first 3 years, the roof is leaking. And you keep fixing and fixing and fixing and fixing. I don't know, am I the only one that is having this experience here? So you're fixing and fixing all sorts of things, issues, So cost of maintenance. Another thing that we don't think about, taxes. You think that once you take that mortgage and you buy that property, that's where it ends. Then the next 6 months, Lagos State will just serve you a notice and they will tell you, you have to pay land use charge. Then you are like, I didn't bargain for this one. No. These are some of the things that you need to be, concerned about. And then utilities and services and government infrastructure. So if you buy in a place where there's no, what do they call those things that you used to connect to the grid? There's no transformer. So you are thinking that once I buy, I'll just go and get a tenant. And the tenant comes and says, there's no transformer, you have to buy transformer. Then the tenant comes and says, oh, they've not connected, you have to connect. Then the tenant comes again and says, oh, you've not done this. And then before you know it, the first 2 years' rent has gone to dealing with infrastructure. So when you're buying, you also need to be considerate of, where am I buying? Is there government utility? Are there, these basic infrastructure that are required? Or am I going to have to pay to fix some of these problems? Because they will come back and bite you. Then interconnectivity. How easy is it for people to commute from that location? Is there a bus stop? Is there a taxi park? Is there, some of those things that just, make the place more livable and would ride up or down the value of the property or even the rent. Let's move to the next slide. Please, I see some people are fiddling with their bags. Please, I'm begging you, don't make me feel bad. Just give me like 10 minutes. I'll be out of your face. After this is lunch. So use considerations. Those are also very important. So sometimes you buy for self-use and sometimes it's for third-party use. So if it's for self-use, you are trying to get a property that meets your personal needs. But if it's not for self-use and you are trying to get a property that meets the needs of person. Some people will say, I want a married couple. They are more responsible. They'll pay their rent. So it depends on what you're looking out for. But whatever it is that is your ultimate goal, make sure that what you're buying matches the need of that demography. Then history. So for instance, you want to get a tenant. You should be concerned about their tenancy history. What did they do to their last landlord? Payments. What's their payment history? There are some people, they default, move to another property. It's only the first year rent they are ever paying. They will live the next 3 years free. They move to somebody else's property. Oh, we know them. I just don't think that they are in this room. But there are people like that. That's how they survive in Lagos. Yes. They will even tell you, you know your property is worth 4 million naira. They will offer you 6 million naira for the first year rent. But you don't know they paid you for the next 4 years. You will be there. Yes. So there are people like that. And then their exit culture. There are some people that by the time they are leaving, it will be like the devil walked through your property. But there are some other people that when they're leaving, you are very happy and excited about the stage or the states that they leave your property. So I'm giving you people tips, so due diligence when you are looking for, tenants and things like that. And then, of course, maintenance. There are some tenants that they'll call you for everything. The tap is broken. The wall is in. The floor is in. My son fell down on the staircase. The maid did this. But there's some other people that they will barely call you. They take the property like theirs and they're just going to keep, trying to optimize and make the thing better like it's their own. Okay, so please move to the next slide. Please, I hope this is helpful. This slide is very small. I can hardly see it. So the next thing is market considerations. And what are these things that we should be thinking about? The first one is demand. Sometimes it's not about fancy. You buy fancy sometimes, you keep that fancy in your pockets. Is there a demand for the kind of property that you are buying? I remember one time that there was this craze about co-working spaces. Everybody wanted to buy a property and turn it to a co-working space and all of that. Everybody followed the trend. Opening co-working spaces in different locations. Some people, the only people that were co-working with them were lizards and they didn't find anybody. So is there demand in the market? Then location. Mr. Aguniro has left. We're very grateful to have had him in the room. One of the things he constantly says when he's making presentations is that real estate is about location, location, location. It doesn't mean only buy property in Ikoyi. Sometimes, some of the lower rung markets actually are more promising in terms of returns. Yeah? We know that, right? Aha. So you just need to know, what the nuances in the market are and be very determined about the location. So sometimes you will do a small investment, like buy a shop in an area where there's a lot of footfall. And you'll be surprised at the level of returns that you get from that shop, right? Meanwhile, you can buy a property in Ikoyi, and the return on investment is lower than that shop that you have in wherever, I don't know, maybe Oshodi or somewhere. So these are some of the dynamics. It's not about people that are much younger in the room. It's not always about buying a property in VI, Ikoyi, Lekki, or wherever. Even if it is Egbeda, find those areas in Egbeda where there is high demand. Find the asset class that has the highest demand or the highest potential for you to be able to put it to market. Then market rental rates. And you must look at this vis-a-vis the cost of that property to you. So if it's not worth it, don't buy it. If you cannot make back the purchase price in 15 years, it's likely not a good deal. From rental return, it's probably not a good deal. Then services, I already spoke about that. Insurance. So you're looking for corporate tenants. I want to get Chevron to come and use my property. There are certain demands that are going to come with those kinds of tenants. You will insure the property. The rule of insurance is that the owner insures the assets, the tenant insures their own property. So there's an obligation on you to insure. So when you are looking for high-end tenants, don't say you didn't know. And then another thing, yes, I should talk about this, withholding tax. So some of you, you go and look for, very, posh tenants. Then you send them, you tell them your property is 5 million naira. When they want to pay, they will say no problem. They will send you your 4.5 million. Then you now start saying, lawyer, come and write them. They didn't pay, blah, 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 blah. And then the lawyer is going to write you a nice letter and say, we have held this money for the government. We're going to remit it, and then we send you Receipts. Yes. Okay. We talked about maintenance already. Capacity to pay. Then some services obligations that you have in your contract. Please, when you want to put the property to market, what agreements are you signing? What did you agree to do? Don't go and copy and paste from the internet. Pay to see. Pay the lawyers. If you copy and paste and it becomes a problem, you're on your own. No, don't be penny wise. Then history. We've already talked about this. Sometimes some people have a history of conflict. Even if you are renting, some landlords have a history of conflict. Just be sure that you have some understanding around that area. Next slide, please. So when you have a soft asset, what do you do with it? So today in this conversation, some people were talking about asset management. There are some real estate funds that you can buy into. There are shares of real estate companies like UPDC that you can buy into. Those are investments that give you some kind of exposure to the return on the underlying assets, right? So if you did a soft asset investment or you bought into a REIT or something, what do you do with it? Sometimes you can decide that you're going to hold till maturity. You hold until whatever instrument it is winding up and they are returning monies to investors. Sometimes you can set a hurdle return for yourself and say, when this instrument matures to this level, I'm going to exit. Okay? And sometimes you can hold to acquire full interest. So there are some times that you may be going on a journey. We have some asset managers in the room. I'm seeing them. Some have left, right? You can attempt to buy a property co-investing with other people because at the moment in time, you don't have all the funds. And you may decide that 5 years down the line, I'm going to buy out everybody and then I'm going to own the property myself. So this is, okay, thank you. All right, please, let's move. So what are the key considerations when you are buying securities or securitized real property? The first one is liquidity. Is there a secondary market? If you wanted to get your money out, is there someone that will buy from you? So real estate in itself is an illiquid asset in the sense that you cannot just say, I want to come out now, and you come out now. It may take you 6 months, 1 year to actually be able to fling that asset and get cash out of it, right? The instruments give you a lot more liquidity, but the question is, it depends on the kind of asset. And we have what they call the closed and the open-ended, instruments. So a closed-ended instrument will usually be listed on an exchange or a capital trade point where you can find somebody else who will easily take you out. But some of you that invest in mutual funds, you know that there are some of them that it's only the manager that can buy you out. So if they have liquidity concerns, what that means is that, it's not going to be very easy for you to independently be able to get out of, that investment. So liquidity is key. You need to understand the quality of the underlying assets. Don't let anybody hoodwink you. If it's a real estate related investment, where are the underlying assets? In this age of technology, I'm hearing some kind of schemes. Real estate one thing, real estate that thing. If it is real estate, there must be estate that is real. At the back of it, if it's not there, please don't buy. And if it's there, what exactly is there? Is it one flat in Egbeda, one something in somewhere, some shops in Oshodi? Not like those things are not good, but I'm just saying, if that is what is there, you must understand the dynamics of those asset classes and whether they align with the promises of the returns that they are making to you. Okay, so we have that. Cash flows is another thing. So if there's that kind of asset, are they tenanted already? Or they are going to, first of all, go to market and be looking for tenants. That may take them 6 months to 1 year. And they are promising you 10% return per annum. The only time that that is possible is when there are historical cash flows for that asset that are proven. Management. Who is managing the property? So if there's real property there must be somebody managing the real property, putting tenants there, collecting the rent, making the services available. Who's doing it? What's the quality of the manager? If it is one party that is doing the investment, that is managing, that is playing all the functions, you need to be a bit careful. Okay? And then, are there liquidity enhancements? I've told you that real estate is generally illiquid. So sometimes when you're bringing securities to market, there needs to be some kind of liquidity enhancement that ensures that, you know, they can consistently deliver returns. So for instance, it's a real estate backed fund. They must have a stash of other monies that they are trading with and is giving them returns so that they blend the returns and they are able to pay you a consistent line. Then who takes the investor decisions? Is there a structure for having investor meetings? What are the kinds of things that come to investors? Is it just the manager that takes all the decision and you are in the blind and they just write you letters every now and again and all of that? You must be concerned about that. And the final thing is it a regulated or an unregulated instrument? In this market, the Securities and Exchange Commission regulates securities issuances, whether they are real estate backed or they're not real estate backed. So when it is SEC, sometimes you can, not that you can sit pretty and not look, but at least somebody is looking for you. If it is unregulated, you better open your eye and be looking yourself. Next slide, please. So what is optimization of your asset pool? So asset optimization principally means achieving cost reduction while unlocking optimal value from your real property portfolio. You are saving money, but you are optimizing returns. How do you do that? It's always an interplay between some of these things that I've spoken about. Let's move to the next slide. Soft assets. It is investing in a soft portfolio with quality underlying asset pool and a good manager with optimal return on investment. Please, let's move to the next slide. So, how do you create your own investment plan? You must determine why. Why are you investing? What do you want to invest in? What kinds of returns do you want to get? What do you want to do with the underlying assets? And what kinds of decisions would you have to take to get you, to that position? So, this next slide, location, they're even moving faster than me. Oh my God. So we talked about location. In your asset selection parameter, location is important. Proximity to where? Where do you go? Where do your kids go to school? Where is work? And if it's for a tenant, proximity, are there hospitals, basic, utilities, are they readily available? Schools, churches, mosques, and all of those kind of things. Social activities, clubs, and all the rest of them. Then infrastructure, I won't emphasize that, I talked about that. Neighborhood status factor. So, if you want to live the soft life, what kind of place should you live in? Is it where they run the generator 24 hours? Is it where they give 4 hours of power and then, or is it where you self-service? What kind of, place do you want? Proximity, infrastructure, neighborhood status, mobility. How interconnected is the place? How do you get around? Then valuation. What's the market value of properties generally in that area? And over a period, what is the historical, record for the growth of the assets? And finally, what are the property tax laws that apply in that jurisdiction? Next slide, please. So title. I won't talk much about this one because you would have to pay me, to get good information. So what's good title? Good title is title that lands you a legal and an equitable interest in a property. You can ask me later what that means. So, a few things that people don't usually think about. What's the remainder of the term on the property? Is it 5 years left? Do you consider that when you are pricing? Is it 5 years, 75 years? Is it a new C of O? Is it 90 years? Is it 10 years, 6 months? What is left of that interest? Then permitted use. What is that area designated for? Have you investigated? Is it for agriculture? Then you go and buy it. You want to build a skyscraper property for real estate, for residential use. Then conditions of grants. What are the conditions? Some of these things, we don't look at it. So somebody just gives you a deed and says that that's their title. And that deed has an underlying COV. You don't look at the conditions of the grant. And you just pay. Some of them will say 25 years, and after that it reverts to the government. You didn't look at it. Maybe the deed that they did for that person, they wrote 99 years. That's what you're counting. You did not investigate. You peel the onions till the last bulb. And then taxes. I can't talk about that enough. Please, let's move. So returns, you have to be looking at net cash flow. Please, Bolanle can explain all of this. I did it last year. Ask anybody that was here last year, they'll tell you the meaning, but we need to move. So net cash flow, cash on cash return, economic vacancy rate, and capital appreciation. Those are some of the things that you have to consider to know whether it's worth your while in terms of return. Please move. Why do I need a diversified portfolio? So sometimes diversification is actually very important in optimization. So if you build 10 three-bedroom flats in Bariga, for instance, and there's crisis in Bariga, MC Oluomo says that whenever anybody wants to come to Bariga, they have to come and pay one money somewhere. I mean, please, I'm just joking. I'm sure you know. I'm just joking. So if that happened, and that impaired on your returns, what does that do for you? But if you had one in Bariga, one in Ikorodu, another one in Egbeda, it's not likely that everything that goes wrong in Bariga will go wrong in Egbeda and Shomolu and whatever, right? And sometimes, if you are only investing across a single asset class, so you go and do only, like a lot of people were doing before, not even shops, all these malls, what do they call them? What's that asset class again? Retail, thank you. Retail. So you are just exposed to retail, and then COVID-19 comes. And for 6 months, retail assets are shut down. You will just be fasting and praying and casting and binding every morning. But imagine if you had one retail, one residential, one commercial, industrial, or whatever else it is, and you have a good mix. What does that mean? That you spread your risk across, you know, this portfolio. And then revenue pattern is another thing. So there are some assets that will give you monthly revenue. There are some that will give you yearly revenue. There are some that will give you, so you go and do, what's that thing that they do now? You go and do Airbnb. So it's interesting, but you need to understand the cash flow pattern. Sometimes you may not have anybody there in 1 month. And you're paying services, you are getting somebody to clean, and all of that. Maybe in month 3, then you get one very sweet deal, and somebody stays there for 2 weeks. And then you have another lull for another 2 months. Right? I'm not saying that asset class is not good, but you just need to understand, you know, the dynamics in the revenue pattern. Please, let's move. They are going to drag me out of here in a minute. So, asset liquidity. I said real estate is notoriously illiquid. So what are the things? You need to be concerned about the ability to exchange the assets or the investment for cash at a price that reflects its current value. Many times, if you're in a hurry to sell real estate, you may lose even up to 50% of the value. You may lose that much. So you need to understand the liquidity play. It's not the cash now kind of assets, right? You can sell it, but if you do something that is a sale that you do, I can't even remember the term, sorry. Distress sale, aha, you do a distress sale, you can lose as much as 50% of the value. And they are hawks. Yeah, exactly. Okay, so I need to go now. Okay, please, let's move. Let's move, let's move, let's move. It's you that is the problem, and not me. So the wealth creation part, rental income, capital appreciation, depreciation. Sometimes for tax planning, you are able to manipulate your way around real estate and get some cash back when you spend monies. Maybe you take a loan from the bank to buy the property, you can always discount, that loan value from the revenue that you make and all of that. So it's the easiest asset to leverage. You can borrow and get cash. Ms. Olaniyan spoke to that when she was making her presentation. And then sometimes you can use it to increase the book value of the asset, right? And from that you can get some kind of forced equity. Ask me later, I would explain. I need to move. And then you can obviously use it for hedging inflation. So now we are talking about the interesting part of this conversation. When I was starting, I said estate planning is not distributing what you have in the event of demise, right? It is planning strategically for your dependents after your exit. What do you want them to have? What kind of life do you want to secure or guarantee for them when they leave? Women don't like to talk about these things because it's a morbid topic. But women also are the ones that have the greatest, need to protect their dependents. So it's counterintuitive. Some of these conversations must be had. So what are you doing? Why should you plan your estate? Asset protection. You don't want it to get into the wrong hands, in the event of your demise. Then for tax planning, do you guys know that you pay as much as 10% of the value of the assets when you are trying to realize the estate of the deceased? And that's not where it stops. You also pay lawyers' fees. You also pay, many other things. It's a nightmare for a lot of people when their parents pass on and they are hearing for the first time the journey that it takes to even get to realizing their assets. Sometimes you are like, let me just leave the thing for the government. How much is the asset worth? So, asset protection, there are several other kinds of structures that you can
Smart feedback you should take.
Thank you very much, Ma. Yes. Awesome. Yes, definitely. Thank you so much. Can you please celebrate yourself? Okay, do we have Inspiring Kitchen here? She's just going to say Inspirational Kitchens. Yes, so we'll just take 2 minutes.
No problem. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. So I'm just going to do a very quick visualization. Would you mind just closing your eyes? Humor me, please. Close your eyes. Picture your kitchen you wanted as a little girl. No, picture the kitchen you had as a little girl. Picture it. Now, picture the kitchen you have now. Picture it. Now, as you're picturing it, open your cupboard, one of your cupboards or your kitchen cabinets. Just close it. Did it bang? Or was it a soft close? You could even barely know whether you even closed it or not. Soft close. You want a soft close, don't you? Now, picture your appliances. Was you one that you are pressing the button was too hard? Or do you want that you have a remote control that is just saying, pim, it was just rotating? You see, at Inspirational Kitchens, we give you the kitchen of your dreams. We are a bespoke kitchen, luxury kitchen, a middle-class kitchen company, and as well as interior design company. Now, we want to take you on this journey and want to make it a reality. So you can come and visit our showroom, 45 Showberry Road in GRA Ikeja, and we can take you through what your ideal kitchen can be tailored to your taste and budget. My colleagues are here. My boss is here in the front row. She just stand up for acknowledgement. You can meet her as well. And my colleague Anthony. So please come and meet us. We have our flyers and we'll let you know all you need to know about kitchen so you can have that dream kitchen of yours that does not bang. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Please, can we celebrate Inspirational Kitchens? Amazing. So right about now, we have truly come to the end of the conference. Yes, yes. What happened? We don't want to go. Okay, so we have come to the end of the conference and we're inviting Bemini Laulu Adewale to come take the wrap up and we would call it a conference.
Good afternoon, powerful women. Women who are changing the narrative of we don't invest, we only save. Women who are going to start buying property, whether you're doing prop tech or you're buying brick and mortar. But I see the women in this room as those who are going to start buying property. And we're the women who are going to change that 20% land ownership. Who cuts that in the course of the session? It's even less than 20%. Just imagine. And we're many. We're hardworking. We're multitaskers. Like, seriously, what don't we do? Without us, there wouldn't be this world. You know? So why can't we benefit? Why can't we step up? We've got so much more within us. So much more we're capable of. Every woman I see potential. I see women who can, I think it was Felicia who was saying that many of us have calculated school runs. I stepped out like 10 minutes ago. My school run calculation was, okay, please bring her here. We'll go home together. My husband is at work and he's working. But I'm here and I've done like, God knows, 10 things today. So who says property we can't deal? Who says we can't buy or we can't manage property? You know? So I'm really happy this conference has happened here today, being our second edition. And I'm more than, you know, my heart is so full of gratitude to see the number of women here, the quality of women who have come to learn, who have come to network. And the sweetener would be that we leave this conference feeling empowered, not just to hear what we've heard, but to take action. So we need to leave here taking action. And taking action could be I need to speak with the person who sat beside me. I need to get the contact of that speaker. I need to go and research more about prop tech. I need to speak with Mrs. Ajose. That my 1 million naira savings, I can't just leave it in the bank. I need to take action. Whatever fraction of property I'm going to get this year, I'm going to do it. That is taking action. But please don't take action without quality information. Make sure you have every information. Like Mr. Joseph said, be empowered with information. Ask all the questions and do not second guess yourself. I think many of our mothers did that. I think for some whose mothers had invested, like Mrs. Olulade, I think they were very lucky. My mom never owned property. Not because she didn't have the money, but because she also never thought she needed to own property. You know? So, thank you for attending. I hope you've learned one or two things. And more importantly, I hope that you will action everything you've learned here today. So to close, I'll please ask you to stand. Let's take our WWR creed. Can we see? Maybe I'm not going to read that. I'm going to read it out. So please, is it very, it is? Okay, let's go. I am a WWR woman. I am intentional about my and prosperity goals. I am a WWR woman. Collaboration and growth are consistently top of mind for me. I am a WWR woman. I am consciously breaking self-limiting doubt and belief systems. I am a WWR woman. I make smart, well-considered investments. I consider a field and I buy it. I am a WWR woman. I am wealthy, empowered, and enabled. I am a WWR woman. I am daily driving a new narrative around real estate investing and wealth creation while pursuing my bigger why. I am proud to be a WWR woman. Thank you for coming. See you next time.
Can you please celebrate yourselves? Please celebrate the virtual participants as well. You're not celebrating yourselves. You have done so well. Imagine you coming here since morning. Okay, so real quick, don't forget to take pictures, post them. The hashtags are WWR Conferences 2023, WWR 2023, and Women, Wealth, and Real Estates. The pages to follow are at LearnHub Africa _ and at WWR Conferences. Please don't forget, you can send in your questions. The links for the replay will be on the page as well. And have a wonderful, wonderful rest of the day. Okay, so lunch is provided. Don't forget to network and meet amazing women who are also here. It has been a wonderful journey with you. Looking forward to the quarterly meetups. Thank you so much. I remain Ann Uramu, and I am delighted to have met you all. Thank you.